Sensei Al Bob, and I am your sensei, Griot, here to tell you a story. And with each passing day, you say, it can't get any weirder than this. Well, hold on to your nips and buds, because kids, Canada allowed us to go into their airspace with a warplane and shoot down an aircraft. What was that about? Right? What is all this stuff about? And most people don't like it when I say this, everything has to do with history. What happened in the past kind of has a lot to do with what's going on now. So back in the 40s. So John, what do you think about aliens? Have you ever experienced an alien?
Yeah.
In your life? Have you ever been encountered? What was it?
Well, I used to not know what they were. But I know now that aliens are cherubs. They're angels. They're angels, and they're from the heavens. They're from the heavens, so they may come to people in a scary form. They may feel a little bit scary if you think that they're, because they're like a more advanced life form than a human being. They have a higher intelligence, and they're angels. They're really angels, so they can't hurt us, but they may look kind of scary if we could actually see them.
What is an angel?
About them in the Bible that they could have like heads of animals and a head on the side that has a goat's head and these weird, they may look kind of scary, but they're angels, so they can't hurt you. What's hurt you? They're only, they're good. They're really good. And one of them, I think, scared me out of my house. I felt like it was like downstairs when it was pitch black down there, and it scared me out of my house to my dad's house, and it just sent me out of the neighborhood, like terrified, driving fast down the mountain, thinking it was in my car, like when I was driving. And I went to my dad's house. It was at night. And I found out he had this worry for his health that he was worried about. And when I talked to him about it, then he realized it was okay, and that it was okay again. So it was like an angel scaring me, just get out of that house. You're always in there or something. It made me leave. And it's the only time it ever happened. It's probably not going to happen again. But there's a chance it could. It's the only time it's happened at this house. I was supposed to stay here away from people to become closer, get a closer relationship to God and Jesus, to love God more, to know what God is about more, and who God is, God and Jesus. So by being away from people at this house, and also for the past almost 7 years, about 7 years, I got a better relationship with God and Jesus, and learned more about God and Jesus, became a better person, more like I was when I was younger, instead of I had gone through a little bit of a misled faith or something thing, and then now I'm back to being good, so I'm going to go out there more again. But I see no reason to go out into random America, because what would I work at? What would I work at?
You can do God's work. I go out and just talk to people and see how they're doing.
I have to make money, and I have to make money, so I'd rather it be at something I'm really good at, which is the movies.
So that means California.
Yeah.
So you're going to California.
Stuff like that.
Going to California.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I actually am really good at. My comedy music videos. You see those music videos I've done on my channel, you may have seen them, or my entire feature films. With just a simple $300 camera and editing system, or $100 camera, I could film an entire movie that looks like it's high enough quality to be in theaters, as long as I have a good editing system to do the, if I know how, there's no if.
So what stories would you want to tell? What stories would you want to do?
I know how to do
What
that,
stories would
but
you
I
want
don't
to?
have 3 years to make a movie.
What stories do you want to tell?
Well, way more important than that, have to be there for my wife and kids. I don't even care that much about, doing other shit. right now, other than I have to pay bills. It's very serious. It's like I have to pay bills. So I'd rather do something that doesn't make me want to die. So I don't really want to work on homes as much. I don't really want to work on homes as much, even though it makes okay money. I don't really want to do that because it doesn't always feel good. And sometimes, I am heavier now and feel a little bit older because of that right now. That's just how it is. You don't see it right now because I feel okay, and you're like 26 years older than me or something. So, but I more than all of that, I love God and Jesus more than, and really to do my best God's work on earth. I'm supposed to be there for my kids. I'm supposed to be there for my kids. And Texas it feels so kind of almost worrisome. It's like,
yeah, but it's if your kids are the major thing.
You like traveling around and going to random places, and you go to restaurants. I don't even like sitting in a restaurant in this part of the country, and maybe not in Los Angeles as much. I don't feel that good in restaurants. They made fun of my body when I was a kid and said I was fat. So if I was eating and all those eyes, it felt like all those people looking at me, I thought they're looking at me being fat. And if I even enjoyed one bite of food, that would mean, yep, he's fat. Look what he just did. So I couldn't even enjoy any food out in public. I had to eat nothing when I went to a restaurant because I thought they were looking at me, and I thought there's something wrong with my body the entire time, every moment, almost at unrest. So I don't really like going in restaurants that much. But if I was, if under a different, sometimes it's possible, but I have to feel really good. And I think in Los Angeles, I can feel really good and do the things I like more. Like I can actually walk down the street there in a costume.
So John, one of the chatters said, Pamela said, that was in the past. Why can't you leave this in the past? Why don't you move?
What in the past?
Your anxiety.
You don't just say, oh, what do you mean? What anxiety about being in a restaurant?
Yeah.
Well, it'd be a waste of time right now to go to a restaurant. Why would I wait there and do nothing? I don't have the time to do that. I have to be there for my kids. My children are in Texas. I have to get.
So go to Texas.
It doesn't feel at home there.
Well, that's
totally
under that
political ideas.
Yeah, but if the most important thing is your children, just be with your children.
I would die in 20 years of old age if I had to live there, and I won't live there. I'll never live there.
But you can be there for your children.
I don't want to act like I'm your same age just because you might die in 20 years.
I might die tomorrow.
I'm in my 40s. I feel happier and better in California. I feel like here it's been a limited existence here.
So Pamela says, why can't you live for today? Why can't you live now?
Like there's no problems and don't worry about money or anything and just start feeling good?
Or moving yourself forward with what you want to do.
That's what I'm doing. I'm
Okay.
working on this house so I have enough money to pay for California, and then I can get a lawyer and make her live in California if she's not going to live there. Or, that's what I'm doing. I think it's something good.
Okay, that's
I
good.
don't know what to say.
That's good.
I can't just act like I have plenty of money every month and money's not a worry anymore when it is a worry. My dad told me get a job. He told me that a few weeks ago or a couple months ago.
So why do you think we have jobs? What do you think the job thing
the earth
is?
sucks. Because the sin messed it up a little bit. Because things kind of suck. Because it's not that good because of the sin, the devil, because he messed things up for us. It's not heaven. It's not like the Garden of Eden one time before that they ate the apple. The apple, or not the apple, it's not a fucking apple. It's not Apple computers. There's no Illuminati. it was the forbidden fruit or whatever.
And what was the forbidden fruit?
It could have been the devil actually having sex with Eve.
The
That's what his name was told.
the forbidden fruit was to know.
It could have been a
What
parable
was-
for what he did, what the devil did with Eve.
Forbidden truth was to know the difference between good and evil, because when we were in the garden, we were children of God, and we had no knowledge. We walked around naked. We all the animals were there, and everyone got along. And so there was no moving forward. There was no challenge. There was no ability for humans to get beyond just being there, right? So that's why
But that's all they would want. But Adam was alone. That's why God made a woman as his equal to keep him company, because he was alone.
yeah. Well,
It's just it's not what everything's all about, but
okay.
kind of it has not felt that good without a wife, without
Right.
my wife, and without my kids.
Right.
So I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
My parents. Something about my parents, right?
No.
Something to do with that, because I started doing this with an orange. and
No,
picking
no,
up
no, no, no.
Like a middle finger, like
No, John.
the way of acting like the 40s when things like that weren't real and it didn't matter because you never said a curse word out in public. So they do something like this when they pick something up and it looks like it's doing a middle finger as they're holding it. Or something, they're holding a fruit. I'm just holding fruit, and they do that.
That's all you're doing, John. You're just holding fruit.
And I don't like doing shit like that, and so that was one of the things that made me think about it. It has something to do with my parents, the way that we're communicating right now, and some.
But it has nothing to do with your parents.
Well, I have to honor them on earth because they're my parents. But I left them. You're supposed to leave them. I left them to be at one flesh with my wife and have a family. So it's inappropriate. I know it's inappropriate to be too close to my parents and to share too much of the truth with them. It's wrong. So I better just leave. I don't. I mean, when I went to California when I was 19, I'd only see them like once a year, and it didn't bother me at all. I was very alone. I didn't like being alone. And when I was younger, I didn't have much money, and I didn't like not having much money. I had to do things like you had to do when you had to have a roommate that was a lady boy
Mm-hmm.
and live in like a poor place.
Mm-hmm.
But you were never gay, and you never did anything gay with a lady boy ever. That's the last thing that you would have done. But out of kindness and God's work and love, you had to be kind to that human being.
Yeah, he was a human being, and he had he was a good person in a lot of ways, and whatever his predilections were, I wasn't going to judge him, So, and he needed a friend at the time, and so he needed, okay, buddy.
Well, that sucks that you had to do that.
No, it was okay. It was okay.
It's not my fault. Who else would have given you a free place?
It wasn't your fault. It was fine. I went and
Who else would have given you a free place to stay?
it was fine. It was fine.
You didn't have enough money.
Right. It was fine.
You could have worked.
And it was, the path that I was on,
You
and
could work for 1 year and make $80,000 or $140,000 as an electrician, and then just save all the money and go do renovations to the deep green and add good heat and stuff.
Right.
And a new car.
Right.
You can just work for 1 year. It'd be a bunch of work, and you do it for a year, and it make you feel younger too. It wouldn't be that easy sometimes, or it wouldn't be that easy. You'd have $140,000.
Yeah. Well, I used to do that up until I got really sick. John, I don't know if you noticed, when we put that light up, I could barely get up on a ladder, You had to stand there.
For me, standing 2 steps on the ladder is
Right.
scary.
Right. Anyway.
That was amazing. You put that light up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, bud.
That was amazing.
Yeah, it looks
And
great.
you put the other one up too.
Yeah, it looks great. We'll do more.
Yeah.
We're going to do more.
No. And you did the breaker.
Yep.
You changed the breaker from a 20 amp to a 30 amp.
Yep. And now the hot water heater works.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to go.
Okay. Now, it's 14 minutes and 43 seconds, and that was a good example of there is a hidden hand that is manipulating the human race. And some people are more prone to that manipulation, and some aren't, right? And, the differences between John and me is that's the difference. You can see the difference, right? John's, what you just saw is basically a physical representation of the manipulation that's going on with him, right? And me, hey, my body, my avatar, is susceptible to the environmental slings and arrows, and but right now, why do I go out? I don't go out to, have a meal. I can have a better one here, cheaper, right? But I go out because I'm, asked to go and talk to the people, right? Personally, right? And every time I go out, when I go out to do errands for John, I talk to people, and interact. And, out of, 50 or so people, I kind of come around, somewhere between 3 and 10. I energetically sense that, they need someone to listen to their issues, just like what I just did with John. But those people are actually, I only speak to folks who are ready to change, and they're not, they're people who, cashiers at the supermarket, people at, Lowe's, at, people at the, coffee shop, or wherever I go. I'm, Dollar Tree. There's always someone who I see who's just looking for someone to A, listen to where they're at, and B, to be empathetic, and C, offered them an alternative way to go, right? And that's what I do. And I, I tell people about, conscious intent I am, conscious intent I am, conscious, and I have them repeat it in front of me. And when they do that, they energetically change. They feel it, right? And now all these places I go to, I go back to them, right? And I kind of see those people again, and they come over. Thank you. I've been doing that. I can't believe I'm doing that. I've never, I've tried to be on diets. I've tried to do this. I tried that, and I can never do it. But every time I say that prayer, that mantra, I feel God's love in my heart. I feel Jesus's forgiveness in my mind, and I don't yell at my kids, and I'm not mean to my partner, and life is better, and I'm seeing opportunities. Hey there, Jane. And so that's why I go out, right? And because I enable those individuals to open the door for their own life, that they can be the decider. And that's why I do this YouTube. It's, for me to, tell you a story that you listen to, and then energetically it changes you, right? Now, we're at a very interesting time because it's, there's this war going on between Russia and Ukraine that could break out into war all across Europe, right? Killing millions of people. Right now, I would say close to 300,000 have died. And the only people who are making anything good out of this are General Dynamic and, all the military-industrial complex, right? And the hidden hand that is pushing the energetics of the public, right? And you look at China, right? So China had been a country that had, been oppressed by imperialism for a good 300 years. And the 1,100 years, maybe 2,000 years before the Europeans got there, China itself, it's such a large country, they had imperial civil wars, especially when the Mongols, Genghis Khan came through. And they're the guys who invented fiat banking, right? And so they were, when the Europeans were still cavemen, the Chinese had science and math and had business and, like I said, banking and they had ships that were the size of aircraft carriers today and went all over the world. They went to Europe, they went to North America, they went all over Asia and Africa, and they saw that there wasn't anything as groovy as that what they were doing, so they just went back home and insulated themselves and their country. Their landmass is like, surrounded by mountains, basically. So they're semi-protected. So it was that's what China did, and then the Europeans came and took advantage of them as a market and also products and extraction of resources. But they hardly had any resources to extract. But they were a jump-off point for other places in Asia to go after things. So that's the history of China, in a thumbnail. And then with World War II, the Japanese invade China and basically just take the cities along the coast and use them economically, politically, and militarily. And they did that to Southeast Asia, especially Korea. And then the end of World War II, and the United States and Europe, primarily England and the United States, because England and the United States is basically our revolution solidified the special relationship, right? You hear that often. And that is this triad, right, of the Holy Roman Empire, which is the Roman Empire, the first, Reich, right? And, the Vatican, is a insulated political city. That's like a country. They have representation at the United Nations, right? You don't see the Muslim or the Sikh or the Buddhist or they have governments, at the United Nations that are, Muslim and Sikh and Buddhist, but not the religion itself. Vatican is in the UN, right? Has a seat in the UN. And the other part of the triad is the City of London, because the City of London was the center of banking, right? It still is. And it's a separate little country basically owned by, the Habsburg / King of England, Queen of England, whoever that reptile is, right? And they can do whatever they want in that little pocket of the City of London, right? And the third is District of Columbia. District of Columbia has nothing to do with the United States, right? And why they built this District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., is set out like a satanic Ouija board, right? And at the pinnacle of it is the Pentagon, right? And so that represents the military power of this triad, this hidden hand, this dark state. And if you go to dark journalism, COG, continuation of government, and there's let's see if I can pull it up. Anyway, and thanks for the 3 thumbs up, right? Because, it would be nice if, I'm happy with you at my cadre, right? The 700 or so, and the 17,000 people or so who watch this. That's a demographic, And it has its effect because there's a shamanic, every time I do this, there's a shamanic ceremony, right? And I'm like the little pebble in the pond of the World Wide Web, right? So I may not get zillions of, watches, and I have no idea how to manipulate the internet. It's too boring for me to spend my effort on. I just want to talk to you. And I know whoever needs, it's like when I go out to do John's little errands here, or when I'm in the deep green and I go to the doctors and this, I go out and I speak to 5 to 15 people every time I do that. And there's a place in the deep green, a town called Boone, which is about 30 miles from my home. And that's where my doctors are and my, everything, right? So can you see all those little wrinkles in my eyelids, right? So I'm, about 2 years ago, my endocrinologist said to me, well, your skin, man, you have really great skin. But I still have really great skin, but it's aging faster. It's one of the things. So it's like one of those little things that you can benchmarks, right? So and I know how I feel on the inside. I died in 2014, and I lost 240 pounds, and I kind of crawled up the hill, and but I'm susceptible. John tried to be nice, and he brought me a breakfast today, and he brought me a pizza, right? And he wanted to eat the pizza, so he ate it and left a little slice for me, and he brought it to me for breakfast, and that was nice, right? But I couldn't eat it, so I basically and I had to get up and move, otherwise I won't be able to get up, so I had to get up to stretch. So this is what I made for myself for breakfast. Nice oatmeal, right? It's got bananas, and it's got, what else? It's got raisins, and it's nicely seasoned. So that's so I'll eat that a good portion of the day. And I have my stew that I made yesterday, right? And I'll eat a little of that, right? Oh, here's my tea. Let's see. I'll put my little camera over here. I have this, and I have ginger and licorice in it, just sliced up. And have some hot water on the stove. So, did you guys feel that? Right, all that stuff I got at the thrift store in Boone. Really, everything was $2. Well, this coat was $3. The pants, my styrofoam cup pants I got at Walmart's, they were on sale for $12. When they were on the counter at first, it was $50. So that's what Walmart's is good for, right? Because, to live for materialism, waste of time. But we live in a material world, so we kind of have to, you want to walk around naked and freeze? No. My body would say, oh, it's cold, it's cold, it's cold. No. And put some hot water in the oatmeal to loosen it up. So, two mantras. I have a lot of mantras for myself that my masters have given me, but the ones that I received to, disperse out there to everyone, and they're just not me. I didn't invent these. See, just that slight movement makes me feel a lot better. So, conscious intent, I am, right? So when I go to the doctors, right, I have conscious intent, and they have medicines they want me to take, right? And for my diabetes, my blood pressure, my cholesterol, all these things that, so I, 10 years of hedonism, extraordinary hedonism, not just, oh, I'm going to eat that chocolate. And I was like, I took everything to the max, right? And people, oh, do you regret doing that? No, I don't. Because, I watch people spend their whole lives doing that, right? Well, I didn't, And it was appropriate at that time because it allowed me to work in an environment that, paid me quite well and allowed me to do a whole bunch of other things, right? And so that's what it was. And the fact that I gained 240 pounds and died was a good experience too, right? Because then I lost that 200. I am down to almost 210, right? And that's not a bad weight for me to be at 6 foot. My high school college weight was, 180, 190. So I might even get down to there because I really don't eat that much. I eat something for breakfast. I eat something, my middle meal is my largest, and I may have something before 7 p.m. But then I stop eating, right? And I drink a lot of water, right? From that point, I drink a lot of water all day. But you can over liquefy yourself. But my body, right at this moment, has been damaged severely, right? And yet, they wanted to cut my legs off and give me open heart surgery 8 years ago, right? Or 2014. 8 years ago. So, 9 years ago. And so, I didn't let them do that, and I've reaccumulated my homeostasis, but it's so anything can throw it off. I'm very sensitive, not susceptible, sensitive to energetics. And right now the world is going through some serious things because there's some heavy players playing for the spirit, the soul of the planet, right? All our relations. Now it's going to work out okay. Because if not, we would have, asteroid would have hit us when we'd go back to scratch one. This has happened a number of times. The planet's been around 6 billion years at least. And, we have been wiped off, but not destroyed. The spirit has always been there, and it's come back as something this and something that, and now we're this, right? We are not our bodies. We're not even our souls. Our soul is the fiber optic line from our avatar, this little body here, up to our Akashic records, which is the server. Our true essence is our spirit in our Akashic record. It's, like I said, just the server, the physical the historical representation, right, within the illusion of time and space. And that's the guideposts or the fence that has kept us in. We're still in the Garden of Eden, right? We're still in it. This is the Garden of Eden, gang, and the belt of radiation around our planet is like keeps us here. And we can really only get through it, the Van Allen belt. We can only get through the Van Allen belt because the thing that keeps us safe from that radiation and the radiation of the sun. And the sun is going through real changes, right? And so is our solar system. All of the stuff, global warming, all of that, it's not global. It's solar system wise, right? Because the moons around Jupiter, a number of them that were like just ice balls, are now moons of water. Right. So anyway, there's all the powers that be know all of this. NASA stands for not a straight answer. So. And we can't get at that. And anytime we try to get at access of information that we paid for as taxpayers, it gets destroyed, like Building 7. One of the major reasons why the buildings were brought down on 9/11 was to get rid of Building 7, because it was a place where a lot of information had been stored. And legal things were coming around where that information, like all the information about Kennedy's assassination, was there, and gone, right? Again, dark journalist, he is a good place to start because he has a lot of really good people. Gigi, Joseph P. Farrell, Catherine Austin Fitz, Linda Moulton Howe. He interviews a lot of interesting people. So it gives, many, many, many interesting points of view, right? Not just one. Because most medias, you go to Marfugel News, and that's basically what it is. It's news given to you by Marfugel. And I'm sure he's owned by somebody, right? Now, I have worked for virtually everybody you can imagine, but I was never owned, right? I never joined up. I never, I took, my teachers taught me, you cannot charge for your skill set that we give you, right? But people want to give you money, not a problem, take it, right? So I view it as a gift. And again, thank you for all 4 of you that have sent me a gift since Thanksgiving, right? And I'm on the BOP, which is a lot more expensive than staying in the deep green. And your gifts have been very appreciated. And they've always timely, just got there, and it still works. I mean, the most gratifying thing about receiving something through PayPal, whenever it shows up, is that, oh, look, it still works, And so, go to PayPal, and that's the dudewake42@gmail. dudewake42@gmail. And any of you want to, come on, you can talk to me. More than 100 have, since I've been doing this. In May, it'll be 4 years, right? And over that time, 100 people have shown up and got a hold of me, and because they wanted to change. They were in between a rock and a hard place, and they saw no place of getting out, and I gotta walk again. Up, 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 up. Boom, boom, boom. So again, I mean, look at what John has done. John is a great artist. He's a great guy. He tries, but he allows himself to be taken away by materialistic illusions, right? How am I going to pay my bills, you know? His parents are millionaires, you know? If they were going to let him starve, they would have let him starve a long time ago. So we've been in an ice storm. Luckily, it's been one that's been slow, right? So, and can you see all that ice? What's beautiful is like when we have ice storms and then the sun comes out, and then it's like looking at glass. It's really nice. But luckily, this isn't enough ice to cause power lines to come down, because when it's really bad ice, see all those little limbs, they start to really bend over. So they're really not even bent over. So the ice isn't that bad. So yeah, I put up this little light, and John wants me to put another light there. It's like, okay, whatever you want. Here's my little sleeping loft. And I mean, George's best thing is he got all these windows from buildings from the turn of the century, and they're interesting leaded glass. But, it's not double, it's cold. I mean, like right here, it's cold. So that's why I have this blankie up over it. John leaves a light outside that shines right through the window, so it's hard to sleep at night. And what really keeps me warm is my little electric blanket. Let's see if I turn that off. Nope, I didn't. There we go, turned it off. What did I come in here for? I came in here for my little... I'm going to call up some of the cadre, see how they're doing. I haven't been phoning a lot. This is like truly amazing, right? And I hope whoever anyway. There we go. No, it's gonna be cold, but not ridiculously cold. Here is one of the 100. Let's see if she picks up. This is Tag, the amazing girl.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voice mailbox that has not been set up yet.
Let's see. Murdered Artist.
Welcome to the Magic Man's Old Timey Hour. Happy birthday. Welcome. And if it's not your birthday, it's someone else's, because there's always somebody being born. So what do I owe this call, sir?
Oh, we're live on the show. I thought.
So I got the music. All right, great.
Hey,
I don't think you knew that. Probably not.
Oh no, it's okay. But that's anything old enough to be in public domain. I don't think they worry about.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Whoops.
I mean, they don't. Whenever I play classical music, they never seem to bother.
All right. Well, this is pretty old music, so maybe
Yeah.
it's well, for those who care. The Magic Man is playing for you excerpts from the Crumb soundtrack, but it's not the actual Crumb soundtrack. It's different.
It's different. It's like the music.
That
Yeah.
Spotify put together.
Yeah,
so.
I got you. It's not the music from the soundtrack, which might be problematic. It's just music that represents the soundtrack.
That is correct.
Right.
And all these songs are pretty damn old. So.
Yeah, they're like probably turn of the century, like 1890s, right?
Well, let's look at one of my favorite songs of that soundtrack, and the reason I bought it was, and a lot of people like this song, I see covers of it all the time. It's called Last Kind Words, the Last Kind Word Blues.
Right.
That was originally recorded by, if I'm butchering the name, Yishai Wiley, and I can easily find out how old that song was. It was originally penned by, well, it looks like two white guys' names. There's a lot of exploitation of.
So is this? Would you say this is Tin Pan Alley type of music?
No, I would say it was more
Like Scott Joplin kind of music?
like cotton picking.
Yeah, Scott Joplin.
Blues, very roots music.
Right.
But I'm just curious as to what time period. I'm glad you asked me, because I take that stuff for granted, which is not good. I'd like to. If somebody likes to be a good music snob, I like to know these things.
Yeah.
But also, it's good to know the context too of the things that are recorded.
Yeah. When it was, what they were doing, how people were feeling. So
obviously, it's quite.
It's at least 100 years.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, so that's definitely.
Or at least it was recorded maybe in the 20s.
It's still 100 years.
But that's a long time.
Yeah, it's still a long time. So with the context of context, so what's the when I am watching here, I keep telling people this, and all the scholastics who call me up and want to say, what do you think is right? And so I give them my opinion, and that's crazy. Yeah, there's no evidence for that. You're just making it up, right? So do you know what COG is?
COG?
Yes, it's a acronym.
No, I do not, sir.
It's a part of, it's the essence of the deep state. It was created with the, after the 1947 of the pass, of the presidential order by Harry Truman of the National Security Act, which, basically made the CIA, the NSA, all those guys. National Security Act, which, basically made the CIA, the NSA, all those guys. National Security Act. And COG was set up so if the Russians had dropped the atomic bomb on DC and killed everyone, it was the continuation or continuity of governments, right?
Sure.
And it's down in some, cave someplace, and it has been. And Do you ever see the movie 7 Days in May or Doctor Strangelove and How I Learned to
Doctor
Love?
Strangelove I've seen. 7 Days in May.
Right.
I
You know what it
haven't.
is.
I've never saw it, but it's a film that I believe inspired some of the
Right, the stuff. Yeah,
motivators behind the alt-right, specifically, excuse me,
right,
Steve Bannon
right,
was inspired by that film.
right.
Another film I can talk to you about related to that is Threads, if you ever saw that.
No, tell me about that.
Threads, well, Threads was a very brutal depiction of what happened if there was a nuclear exchange,
Right,
and it was set in the UK, and it shows like the attempt of a continuity of government,
right,
where martial law is put into place.
right,
People are forced into forced labor camps to farm food,
right,
because basically everything's completely wrecked.
right.
But yeah, there's a more
So,
like kind of what you're alluding to. There's a more elaborate system
Right.
in place.
and it's been going on since '47, so it's
Sure,
been-
and continues.
right,
you know?
and so when it was set up specifically to be an automatic thing if there was a nuclear war and the president and all those guys got wiped out, right? But
Right.
during the days of Ronald Reagan, good old Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney and George H. changed it where COG by executive order, because it was set up by executive order, and so they just had Ronnie sign another one that basically stated any emergency, like the fires in California or the Black Lives Matter this, or any of those things, they can pull COG out, right? And so this thing with the balloon and the real interesting thing is whatever they shot down in Canada, Trudeau broke every rule in the book of the Constitution of Canada to allow a U.S. Air Force F-22 come and shoot that thing down, and then have U.S. military people waiting on the ground to pick it up. Meaning Canada could easily have shot it down, not a problem. They have their own interceptors. They have a military, and they could have done it, but he allowed the America. So it's setting up precedences, and also what I think that precedent was mostly of was to give. Most people have never read NAFTA, and NAFTA, when that was passed under Bill Clinton, it was written under George H., but pushed through by Bill Clinton, made Canada, United States, and Mexico one country.
That is correct.
And most people, when Donnie was going on about how, the Mexicans, there may be a couple of good ones, but everyone is a criminal and rapist and murderers and drug dealers. Well, he's talking about his own country.
He's talking about himself.
Right, he's talking about himself, right? And what's really interesting was that he rewrote NAFTA, called the American First blah, 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 right? And it doubled down on every fascist, militaristic, coggy thing that NAFTA had in it. And so he just made this. So anyway, it just seems like this is happening. And so, in China, China after Mao and Deng Xi and those three guys who were president before Xi, they were in a gray zone, meaning they said, okay, we're not going to be communists. We're going to be materialists. We're going to have corporations. You can own shit. Go to it, kids, right? So there was a gray zone, and the CCP made a deal with the people. You can kind of do whatever the fuck you want, just stay out of politics, right? And then when at Tiananmen Square, those kids stood up and said, we want a democracy, and the rest of the world watched what the CCP did, and it ran them over with tanks, killed close to 20,000 of them, put about 500,000 of them in camps, and then they went back. Nothing to look here, right? So the same thing just happened in China, but in a bigger way, meaning the 4 major cities that each have like 40 to 70 million people in them went batshit when, they were being locked down one more time, right? And so they were going, no, we don't, weld us into our apartment so we can die in a fire or starve to death, and don't take away our children. Stop this, But and then people said, stop this because your government sucks, and we want democracy. And what was truly interesting was 1 million people came out onto the street all around in those 4 major big cities. And they didn't roll out the tanks, and they didn't roll out the police. They did have everyone, because they got video cameras everywhere. Anyway, they rounded all those people up, and they had been disappeared. And so we all here in the West have been told, see, China, it listened to its people, and so it dropped, but it did it in such a way, not in a good way. They just said, okay, fine, everyone run around, here's the big New Year's, everyone go visit grandma. And it was a super spreader, and probably, 20 million people in the end of the day will die, and most of them will be old people, and that's the ones they want to get rid of anyway. And these are all events, and the war in Russia and Ukraine is another one of these events where it's bringing on this new world order. So, Magic Man, take it away. What's your opinion on all that? So when the scholastics, ask me about this, and that's the story I tell them, they get very upset. Oh, you know what you're talking about, blah, blah, blah. Right? So.
Well, I would question, are they upset because it shatters their illusion, or are they upset because they actually do know these things and don't wish them to be exposed?
I would say the majority of them, it's shattering their illusion.
I kind of tend to think the majority is that, and it's only a very small group.
Right.
That actually does know what's going on.
Right,
But that's
and-
the whole realization of power.
And they don't, the ones who kind of know what's going on don't
Well, they're
get,
just they willfully want to not know.
right, but they're not as vehement about, oh, you know what you're talking about. I mean, they kind of, they know what I'm talking about. So,
Kind of just be like, oh, well, okay. They just change the subject.
right, exactly. Exactly.
Like, I like cheese. Do you like cheese? It's
Yes, exactly. Well, I like it. I just can't eat it. It's not good for me. Virtually nothing's good. The only good things are vegetables and roughage. I'm like a goat.
I'm making ramen noodles and tuna right now.
Ooh, that sounds good. So John is with us. So John, this is
Margaret.
Margaret Artist. Yep.
I know. Hi.
The pipes, the calling.
Yep.
You want to film me fixing the floor?
Huh?
You want to film me fixing the floor?
Are you gonna do the plywood, or are you
Yeah, I'm
gonna?
gonna do it now.
So, but are you gonna do the? What do you think about using?
I'm just gonna use the plywood and save that for the downstairs.
Well, you got a lot of it. That's for sure. Oh, but
I already got the plywood.
one little thing I might suggest. You know what a template is, right? Why don't you try and see that piece of plywood there?
I'm just gonna measure it.
So that piece of plywood would fit probably right in that one right
I
there.
don't know.
Well, take it out and see. Now this one, because that one
I
has.
don't know. It's not gonna be the right size.
Well, this.
I'm just gonna cut it exact to size.
No.
The chances of this fitting right in there. Sorry.
But like I said,
Sorry.
look at that. It fits right. It
No,
fits.
it's an inch off.
Yeah, but this is like a foot off.
No, I'm not sorry about this. I'm sorry because I picked it up and it got near your head.
Well, okay, I'll just step back. Look, it's almost perfect. Yes.
That would be so weird.
Look at that. Look at that.
No, it's an inch or two off.
Okay. Well, anyway, have fun.
Do you have a pen or pencil?
Yeah. I have just the right marker. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Oh, where is it?
Pen or pencil or anything like that?
Here we go. Here, grab one of these. Take one of those out. Take one of them. Take one of them. Not all of them. Just open it up and take one out.
Okay.
And you can
It's a
have it.
furniture scratch marker.
Yeah. Okay, just take one. It's like a magic marker, but it's made. But it'll be a good mark. Right?
You want to film me doing it?
Not really. I'm going to go back to the martyred artist and talk about aesthetics. I should have brought you along.
I know I had some real gems.
I didn't grab both phones at the same time. So.
That's quite all right.
Yeah.
I used to be conducted just like being at home.
Oh,
Yeah, sometimes they used to leave me out in the rain. Oh.
yeah.
Have you seen the measuring tape?
It should be right there on the floor. John, like I said, I put all the tools in the drawer so they could always be found, and you spread them around the house, but it's there on the floor. Did you see it?
Two tools in that house, apparently.
It's now I'm going to take you along, martyred artist. You can make comments as no, it's not in the drawer. I think it's right.
I don't know about mod at all.
Right. It's down here someplace. I saw it around here.
Beauregard Law Dance, that is. Yeah, speaking of tools,
Or up here.
might have been a few tools at that school there.
I thought I got it here.
You know, those doctors,
This is where you were last using it.
he is an instrument of a higher power.
Yes. That's what I try and be.
John, he opens himself up to and I don't mean open himself up in a homosexual way.
Right.
Although I do dally in that.
Yes. You're a dallier. You're a dallier.
Dalliance in homosexual activities. However, I do digress.
You do.
Um,
You're digressing. Yeah.
Quite often, Double Doctor, and I don't have to say that twice.
No.
But anyway, if he opens himself up to the Christ consciousness, my goodness, that boy has such a variety of talent and kindness and generosity in his heart already there, laying dormant.
Right.
And if it connects with the Christ consciousness, my word, he would be a shining example of an outstanding human being.
No kidding. I mean, because he's with all the.
I was not even paid to say that.
You found it. How good. So and that's why I involve myself with him, not just because he's a friend and needs help, but
Tell the little bastard I gave him a compliment.
yeah, I will.
Thank you.
And
Thanks.
it's
And I mean bastard in the nicest kind of way.
yeah, in a nice kind of way. Yep. So there you are in the Big Apple.
Yes, I stay here on occasion. I really do not like it very much. It's the people's behavior is most reprehensible. Robert, the martyred artist or the magic man, he seems to thrive in this environment. I myself have more delicate sensibilities. I feel it's detrimental.
Well, you've been there mostly your whole life, so you're a good representation of what's been going on and how it's going on.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that, sir. I don't know if I should be offended by that one, Paul.
No, you like I said, you've been there your whole friggin' life, right?
No, I have not. I told you I am from down south. Now, if you wish to speak to someone else, you can ask that person.
Okay.
I'm Beauregard Lawless. I'm a gentleman of the South. I occasionally visit New York City.
Okay, so you've occasionally visited New York City over the years, right?
Oh, quite often, yes, because I have an acquaintance, I have a friendship. I'd even go so far as to say friendship.
So what do you think of how New Yorkers, have they
I
changed?
mean, I am a little upset with Magic Man because he is fiercely heterosexual. So any advances I make towards him are rebuffed. I get hurt on occasion, but the little bastard promised me some Valentine's Day candy. So there is hope yet. But I think he means real candy, not the candy that I'm looking for.
Right. So what do you think of what's going on in New York City? What have you observed since, well, let's say 2010. Well, let's say 2008.
Well, what specifically do you mean? Like people, how they conduct themselves, local politics?
Yeah,
what do you
yeah, I would say both.
More specific, Al.
Yeah.
More specific. Yeah.
Because,
I don't know. I myself am very self-absorbed, so
well,
I could really give a good goddamn what other people do.
So, a good
I
example
might
is,
not be the right representative for you.
so I kind of grew up in New York, right? I'm a New Yorker. If I was going to, people say anything, where you from, I say New York.
You enjoy wallowing in the decadence of this sinful place.
So, the thing, I grew up in New York. Everyone said New York's a liberal place, blah, blah, blah. But then I found myself,
I would go beyond to say liberal, sir. I would say it's insane.
okay, so I went down south. I first was at Duke and then UNC, and then my buddy got me a job being a newspaper photographer in High Point, North Carolina. And I spent almost,
Now we're talking.
that was 1969, and I spent almost 8 months doing that.
Oh, son, did you just say 69? My goodness. How dare you?
So I basically, observing that, I realized that New York City was more racist than High Point, North Carolina.
I do declare you are definitely correct.
Right?
That is a very astute observation. You see, because most people are misled by the representations of the South.
Right.
Even though I'm doing this comedic voice, I'm going to actually speak some truth to what you're saying.
Right.
What actually occurs in the eastern states, New York City in particular, is the racism is more, shall I say, covert or hidden.
But you know what it really is? It's more class-oriented.
That is correct. It is not necessarily open
The
violence.
color of your
or-
skin, but class, what class you're in.
That is correct, sir.
And it would almost be something equal to the caste system in India.
Certainly. The pattern is a ubiquitous one on the planet,
Mm-hmm.
and those are just two examples.
Right. So that is a good, kind of measuring stick of reality of people. I mean, if they can notice these kind of subtle things, then they're awake and not woke. Because if you're woke, you are basically the woking dead.
Yes, the woke is quite a misnomer for these individuals in which you speak. They are actually even more self-centered than I am. However, I am more honest about my self-centeredness, where these foolish people have been led, corrupted in their thinking,
Mm-hmm.
and are being used to an ends that they don't even understand.
Right.
So, and I'm not going to elaborate on those ends. Oh, somebody said Blossom, Day Groach. That's a very silly name, sir. Woke imperialism. That's
Oh,
very.
I like that. Woke imperialism. Yeah.
That's very, very good. I give props to.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna pick that one up.
Yes, very good. Wilson. That sounds like an actual awake person as opposed to a woke dummy.
Right.
Oh, they said that's their government name. I do apologize.
Well, they find it.
I apologize for you having to be saddled with such a silly name. I'm sure you were thoroughly traumatized in high school.
No. We're having a nice little chat here. We're getting past all the nicening.
I happen to well close. Whatever the hell your goddamn name is. Laugh.
Right.
And they say I'm funny, so now that you stroke my ego sufficiently, more humor may be coming your way.
Right.
I declare. But however, you made a valid point that the woke is essentially a charade, or even I would even say at the point now, it's almost like similar to Keeping Up with the Joneses. It's just like sort of a style or a fashion. And one wants to be more woke than the other. So one will wear some kind of a silly ass t-shirt reflecting causes that they have no understanding of, or they'll just insult people as intelligent by, just being completely off the mark. Oh my goodness. Now we have someone named Fish. Sounds like somebody's sawing now.
Yeah, that's our boy. I'm not watching because I don't want to see you.
I had to speak to because our good friend Robert Owl. I know his telephone challenges in his life, so I'm just trying to call when he can call. But he has to make allowances. Man has to.
When I was a child, that's the kind of equipment my dentist used to use on our teeth.
Yes, a cell phone.
Yeah.
Well, they had cell phones back then. So.
No, I'm talking about skill saws and power drills,
Quite archaic. Wrenches and
Yes, he was. My dentist as a child was Steve Martin from the movie Little House of...
A Shop of Horrors.
Yeah, that was my dentist.
Understood. Yeah, I had some orthodontist who was quite rough with my teeth.
Yes.
Maybe that's where I kind of developed
your predilections.
Fetish, if you will, being treated roughly. But that's for another episode.
Yeah, another episode. Yep.
But
So is the Indian gangster there? Is the Indian gangster there?
No, but who are you? Do you want to speak to an Indian gangster?
Yeah, Indian gangster. Yeah.
Okay. How are you?
Oh,
Yes,
good.
Yeah.
So Indian gangster. I want your opinion on my observation of India. That India is really in the driver's seat of being the next big country on the planet. Not in population, but in power and structure. And
but I'm not. To be quite honest with you, I would say because I'm a gangster,
Right.
and so even if India is supposed to be the next big country, as you say,
right.
I'm hoping that will give it more access for corruption.
Oh, of course.
Get
I mean,
my friends to loot, steal, and just generally fuck shit up.
oh, that's
So I'm looking forward to it.
yeah. No, that's definitely
I can't wait
yes.
because
Yes.
when something gets big, like big government,
right.
then there is more corruption, and that's where a person like me can prosper.
Yes.
Because I'm a hard man. The listeners don't know me. I give you background.
Right.
Okay, the one you American,
I am Indian gangster. I'm straight out of Calcutta. I punch sacred cow in face. I stab people on the street, and then I guess because my country is the largest democracy, so many people,
Right.
the jail's overcrowded. So I get out next day.
Right.
See, you Americans are very how do you say, pussy? You're a fucking pussy. You think you're tough, Crips, Bloods is bullshit. In my country, we have corpses in street. As I say, I punch sacred cow. And then I kill, and then I get out of jail one day.
Right.
That's how hard I am.
Yep.
So now they know.
Well, see, that's that's the interesting thing about America. They think they're so tough, but you hit the nail on the head.
Soft as lard, my friends.
They are pussies like you can't believe, because they have to kill people as a video game. You know, they have to be in Las Vegas flying a drone in Afghanistan, killing
Correct.
people. You know, that's how much of a pussy they
You're
are.
up close and personal
Right.
with murder.
Right. I mean, they're not like, so you're such a hard ass. What do you think about the hard assness of the Ukrainian and Russian conflict? Because it's not even making sense. It's just killing. Almost for killing's
I'm going
sake.
to- At everyone. So now that you know this, listen very carefully.
I'm listening.
Putin, before all this, he is number one gangster of planet. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
He has my utmost respect. Why? Because he's the most honest politician on earth. Only in it for himself.
Right.
Perfect. I respect that man for this. Now, the NATO, they point all guns at his head. And you don't think he's going to retaliate. Very foolish. Very stupid. So, a gangster. You know you're a gangster.
Yeah, but you know,
Point gun at head, he going to fuck you back.
but the thing
Now
is,
fuck-
NATO
now
is doing that
now
not
he's
because
fucking
they're stupid. There's an ulterior motive there. Meaning,
Well, lay it on the people. You need to wake them up. Tell them.
well, the ulterior motive is that, again, I speak of this thing called the hidden hand, and it doesn't represent any specific government. It's a transnational entity.
Right, but did they know all that shit? Tell them what the hidden hand and all this.
They're going to do. They basically,
What are they getting out of this?
when they're getting out of this, and they keep talking about the reset and meaning they are wanting to push the X billion people population of this planet back
Correct.
into servitude. Right, back to the 19th century, back to the 16th century, back to the 12th century, back to the 9th century, right?
That was before eugenics was eugenics.
Right, exactly.
Wake these people up, please.
And so it's they were doing the slow motion dance for the last 200 years of getting us to this place. And so that's what this is. So, they should not be talking about giving them tanks. I mean, I thought it was really cute that the Germans were a little shy of giving tanks to Ukraine so the Ukraine could take the same path that the Nazis did going into Russia with German tanks.
Yes, total failure.
It's like poetic justice or something like that.
No, or just history repeating itself.
Yes. So it's but with a more conscious intent. I mean, these guys, none of these morons are just stupid,
No, they're not moron. They're very straight evil.
Right, straight evil, right.
I'm evil too.
No. You're just
I speak from a place of respect.
No. You're not evil. You're a gangster. There's a real difference.
Well, perhaps you mean that I'm just all about me, and I'm just trying to survive.
Right, and you're not in it for some
But I'm
global.
very honest. I'm very honest. I try to be honest.
Right, but you're
Because
not
that's
doing
what
it as a
you
global
know
thing.
what I am about. You will
Right.
not fuck with me.
Right.
But if I, so I give you at least the advantage of knowing that, I'm not somebody to be trifled with,
Right. So, what do you think of Modi,
Modi, what is Modi?
the president of India, the head
I don't-
of the, really
No.
sick fuck party that is in control?
He like Jeffrey Epstein of my country.
Yes, that's a good, but not, nice, succinct answer there.
Well, I try to be direct,
Right. Yep. And
I think we scared the people in the chat. Now they're quiet.
right, it's interesting.
I hope you fuckers are just listening.
Yeah,
That's what you need to do. Listen.
and take
Listen
notes.
to what Bob is saying. You're
Right.
waking you up.
Right, and not woking
That's
you.
why I'm friends with Owl.
Right.
Because Owl and I, we're very direct. We're not always trying to be nice, joke, ha ha ha. Bodyguard loud ass, that's so funny, ha ha ha. No, this is very serious. We can tell joke, we can be nice, we can be all spiritual, look at our belly button.
Yep.
Mine has lint in it, by the way. But we talk about really what is going on with your world.
Right.
No, we're not trying to say, you vote for me or
Right.
any of this other horse shit.
Right.
We want each and every individual that is listening to the podcast to wake up for themselves.
Right. To be the
And that's
decider for
according
themselves.
To their own heart's desire, which is close to, as Bob would say, love's co-creation.
Oh.
Whatever it is your God, your higher power, higher self would be. Now, for me, it's money and pussy. So I have a lot of money and pussy in India.
Right.
You may do something different, but you need to wake up. So that's all my big speech. Thank
Right.
you.
So, do you have a Gulfstream jet, or are you more street oriented?
No, I'm a street thug.
Yeah. Because I was going to say, if you had a Gulfstream, you should send it and pick me up. I'd love to, walk the streets of Calcutta with you.
Epstein, he crashed into water.
Yeah, I did my world traveling in the 60s, 70s, 80s.
Well,
Yeah.
that's very good for you.
Yeah, it was. It was very good to me.
I'm still trying to get off the block,
Right.
but I have a reputation throughout the country.
Yeah, you have a rep. You got to keep the rep.
This is important to me.
Right.
Yes.
So I kind of
I
had...
like yelling at your listeners. It's
Good. It's basically we're the cadre. It's like all our relations. You can yell at
Yes.
them. You can.
But some of them need to be yelled at to wake up.
Yeah.
They
and-
know who they are. I'm not going to name names. Some
Right.
people know, and they probably should say, "Oh, well, thank you, Indian gangster, because I was really asleep, and you pulled my cover back." Yes. So
Yeah.
take stock. Be more honest with yourself.
Yep. I'd have to go along with that, and it will work out because it's in the end, it will work out. And that end is, no one knows when that end is because, someone asked Jesus. So, even they asked the burning bush. So when's end times? And they both said, no idea. Above my PayPal.
Correct.
So this is, no matter how shitty
I
it
put
gets,
magic back on full.
no matter how shitty it gets, it's going to keep rolling along. And it's up to us to make it good, bad, or indifferent.
Dave, the train keep rolling.
Yep, the train keeps rolling.
Yardbirds.
Yeah.
One of my favorite rock group.
Which one?
Yardbirds.
Oh, yeah.
Yardbirds.
They were,
The precursor to Led Zeppelin.
yep. And also Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Yes, and Jacoby and Myers. It's like, are you a fucking rock group or a law firm?
A law firm, yes. Well, most of anything gets to that size.
Crosby is dead now.
Who is?
Crosby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He yes.
Both Bing and the hippie, they're
Yeah.
both dead.
Yep, yep. So it's just,
Bing Crosby used to beat children.
yep.
Very bad guy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he was an alcoholic, you know.
Well, they're very, very bad alcoholic, yes.
Yeah. And
But, good voice.
if you liked it,
That makes up for it.
Right.
I like white people. It's okay.
all right. How about,
That's funny. People like you think Indians, like soft, subservient to white men. This is bullshit. We
bullshit?
hate you.
Right.
We all hate you. But some they nice. Hi, how are you? Then when you leave room, they're fucking white men.
Like Gandhi.
Oh, absolutely. He was real gangster.
He was real gangster. He makes you look like a
Get
pussy.
that shit hidden big time.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
I told the people I was gonna hurt their feelings.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Oh well, call your mother. I don't know. But if you call your mother, you might be surprised that I might answer the phone. So check me out.
Check you out.
Right, I go now. I put Magic Man back. He's
Okay.
finished with his lunch. He's
Okay.
a fat fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye,
Okay, buddy.
listeners.
Good talking to you.
That was your Indian gangster.
You're an Indian gangster, yep.
Never tells us his name, but that's
Well,
what
I
we
mean,
call him.
Indian gangster's good enough, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, if
I
he's
mean,
in the
you know,
right
if I
mood-
say
if he's in the
Indian
right mood,
gangster,
you know,
what's your
you
real
can't
name?
afford-
And he said it was
you can't afford
Larry,
that
you know?
guy any kind of way, you know what I mean? Like you have a problem.
Can you, I can't think of a name that would be better than Indian gangster.
I have no idea.
You know,
guess I'll-
Hamzu or Larry or Kenny or Billy, you know, no.
No, but he's got something. He's very creative.
Yes. And he
So,
straight up.
what other areas of existence do you wish to make a foray into, sir?
Oh, blah, blah, blah. So have you gotten any time to tiptoe into my noveling?
No,
Okay. Sometime soon.
I should. Yeah, well, I'm in a much better place to
Right.
do that.
My God.
I've jettisoned some shitty attitudes
Right.
that I've had. So when I clear some of the fucking crap out of my mental hard drive, it's amazing how much other productive things you can do.
Yeah, right, exactly. And that's
Actually,
why I
two
use
days for this weekend is a first. I've gotten up at 5 o'clock in the morning, both Saturday and Sunday, which is very good for me, for my mental health.
good.
Because if I sleep in late, it just,
Yeah,
I don't feel right.
right.
So it's, it's the little things. I just finished writing up some stuff for work in light of Black History Month. Putting a couple of things together there. Going to be
Okay.
sent out as an
So
email.
what do you think of Black History Month? Since you wrote something
Well,
up
I think
about
it's
it.
kind of a chip that they gave them. They gave the black folks the shortest
Yeah,
month.
28 days.
So that's kind of fucking might be telling. But on a more positive note, I'll just speak from my own personal experience. As I am not I do not identify as a black person. I am of white European descent, but I'm free to participate in being part of a committee of different folks. Some are black, some are white, some many different races, and just sticking with certain themes that we discussed as a committee. We're addressing some of the prevailing health issues that black folks face, and maybe some solutions in terms of diet and exercise and things like that could be helpful. So that's not just helpful to black folks, but everybody.
And that's my
One of the
motif
things
of
I found interesting for me that I was looking at, because I am a person who is in 12-step recovery. I had come across a textbook that talks about this person. His name is William White,
is an author. I think he's also in recovery, and he's I think he's a professor, and he does a lot of different things related to substance use treatment. And he published a book, or not published, he wrote a book called Slaying the Dragon, and it's a history of substance use, prohibition, racist attitudes towards locking people up,
Right.
smoking marijuana, a little bit of the prison industrial complex is in there. And again, it touches a lot of different things. The laws, the criminalization of the illness of addiction and alcoholism, all kinds of different topics. It's a thick book, very expensive. And one of the chapters in there, or a little article, was written about Malcolm X and how, his journey from essentially being a very self-centered guy
Right.
who was a heroin addict and did other drugs and was a pimp and a criminal and really a parasite
Right.
on his own community, and how through recovery of the spiritual principles of Islam and the Nation of Islam, he turned it around and actually became a servant of people that he had once exploited.
Right.
So I kind of knew about that article, so I wanted to bring that to light to my organization in an email, because it was related to recovery. I work in the recovery field. I'm not going to go into the whole detail about
Right.
that. But not only when I researched that, I found out about Frederick Douglass,
Right.
who I was not aware was an alcoholic.
Yes.
Who had recovered from alcoholism, and talked about the parallels between, like, not parallels, but if I can put it, alcohol as chemical warfare against black people.
Right. Right.
He didn't quite put it that way, but
I mean, that's a perfect way.
and that's the gist of
Right.
drugs, and not just race but class, like you mentioned
Right.
before, and overall just subjugating human beings.
Yeah. How to keep the masses
Or if
down.
you look at the Black Panthers, for instance, right? So the COINTELPRO, which is, something, I'm sure you could elaborate to the listeners.
Right.
They did a psychological profile on the highest members of the structure in the Black Panthers. They knew that a lot of them came from, like, broken homes and
Right.
abandonment and things. What later actually, it's not called COINTELPRO, but those who are in the mental health milieu, it's called ACE, which means, what is it? What is it? Adverse childhood experiences.
Right.
And there's a list.
Right.
And it's like, if you have like X amount, like, you're more susceptible for substance use, or you're more susceptible for whatever. So going back to the 60s, COINTELPRO, they're investigating the Black Panthers. The Panthers are really bringing across to the people to be self-sufficient, to build your own economies and
Right.
stuff, which is not, that's going to upset the apple cart of the power structure. So we got to eliminate this. So we look into the backgrounds. We see these guys come from poverty. They have their own adverse childhood experiences. Who's more susceptible to drugs? Okay, well, let's get. I can't believe I can't remember his name. I'm ashamed of myself for not remembering his name. Needless to say, they would get certain members they knew were susceptible. They position people around them to give them drugs. Chemical warfare.
Yeah.
And I forget the guy's name, and he died rather tragically, and I can't believe I can't remember it.
Fred Hampton.
No, Fred Hampton was just straight up murdered. He was just straight up murdered, No, they killed him. The man was sleeping in bed. He didn't even have any clothes on.
Right.
They just, like, came and fucking murdered his ass.
Yeah.
What is his name? No, Huey P. Newton.
Yeah, Huey Newton. That was my
He
name.
was, they got people around him and, got involved in cocaine. And, the whole movement was splintering apart due to all the, government shenanigans,
Right.
skullduggery. And, eventually Huey was murdered. like in a drug deal kind of situation, you know, the lifestyle of an active addict. And that's government sponsored right
Yep.
there. You know, and there's a really good documentary folks should check out if it's available on YouTube. I think it's called More Power to the People. I'm gonna double check. I'll see if it's still available and if that's the name. Let me double check. So yeah, Black History is definitely all power to the people. My mistake, and it is available on YouTube.
Did you see the video? The guy who was head of one of those evening TV shows late at night. He runs the band. I forget his name, but he put together a guy back. There was when I was in the rock and roll scene in the '60s, working at Fillmore East, working for Bob Goddard. There was an amazing Black Woodstock up there in the South Bronx. And it went on for a number of weekends. And one of the guys who helped organize it, took a 16 millimeter camera and filmed the whole thing, right? And then, he just kept it in his closet, and it kind of just got dust, and then he died. And this guy, who is, pretty, I forget his name, but he's, black, got big dreads. He has his own, music career, but he is the head band guy, plays the drums for, the guy, who does the Tonight Show now, or whatever they call it. But anyway, he got all of that, got people together, put it together, edited it, and produced it, and brought it to the theater. And it was, the Black Woodstock, and had Aretha Frank, you name every black person there. It was, and Aretha was supposed to be at Woodstock, and she said, "Fuck them, I'm going to this." And so it's truly amazing. And you got the computer. Can you see the Black Woodstock?
Yeah, it's called. Well, it's actually there's a film. It's called Black Woodstock. It was, according to IMDb,
right.
1969. It was the Harlem Cultural Festival.
That's it.
And some of the artists they mentioned here was the Fifth Dimension, Gladys Knight and the Pips. They mentioned Jesse Jackson must have spoken there.
Yeah.
Looking here at B.B. King, Moms Mabley.
Yeah.
She was a comedian for those who don't know.
Yeah.
Nina Simone, which
she's great.
Nina Simone is actually, I met a fella who worked with her a little later in her life.
Right.
His name is Michael Alago. And Michael Alago was the fella who was responsible for getting Metallica signed to Elektra. So, but he had a time where he was working with her. I'm not sure in what capacity, but that was unfortunately towards sort of the decline. And I mean, you want to talk about somebody who'd been thoroughly traumatized,
right,
by the racism of this country.
Nina Simone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she was. There's a really good. I love the Animals. Eric Burden, because I'm a singer and I admire Eric Burden a lot. I like the way he sings. And Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood was Nina Simone, original song. They just covered it. And when the Animals came to the United States for the first time, and they were in New York City, Eric, being who he was like, I want to go to Harlem. I want to meet some of these people,
right.
I admire their music. And he goes to the Apollo, and it was arranged for him to meet Nina Simone. and she tore him a fucking new asshole. I was like, you motherfuckers took my song, made money. I ain't had no money. But I give Eric credit, according to him anyway. His retort was, well, I'm sorry, but in fact, because we covered that song, they're waiting for you in the UK. So we've paved the way for you, Miss Simone, if you would like to take advantage of it. And it won her respect, according to him, the story. And I get a kick out of that because it's like you have two very powerful personalities who got something to say. And it's, again, kind of like what our colleague, the Indian Gangster, said. Just be fucking honest, man.
Right.
Be genuine. Be you. Because honesty will respect honesty.
Yep.
That's been a pattern I've seen in my life. I mean, in the short 53 years I've been on the planet. And that's any scrape I've ever been in where somebody was kind of like trying to test me. I just was as honest and genuine as I could be. And that usually brings about respect, unless the individual doesn't know about respect, which happens.
Yeah.
But, I try to come from a place that people who don't respect me, they don't respect themselves.
Right.
But yeah, I just love picturing that story in my mind. He's just like, you got this little English guy, and she's just putting him in check, and then he just puts her in check.
Right.
It's
And
like
then they could have
the
mutual
same
respect.
shitty fucking working class,
Right.
fucking horror show in the UK is in the 60s was just as comparable as the shitty fucking black and Latino ghettos of this country.
Right.
This is where hopefully we get over just seeing each other divided by race, and we see it that this is a class struggle, and they're fucking pitting us against each other.
Right.
And we need to put all that shit to the side and fucking,
And I'm in Roanoke, Virginia right now. That's where the school is. The school is like outside of Roanoke, but right just up the hill. But so I stayed here for 20 years. I mean, not all the time, but this was my laboratory because it's the microcosm of the United States. It has it is one of the major railroad hubs of the 19th century. And so there was every kind of person would come through here. And there was a lot of manufacturing to keep the, the industry of the railroad going. And so when I realized this, and that was at the height of my being a demographer, and I would travel all over to study this and study that. And then I realized that Roanoke was it. I didn't have to go anywhere. I could study everything, right? And so what was very interesting, that's when I realized, and there was still a lot of old Black folk who were the organizers in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, right? Who were the movers, shakers? Who were the businessmen? And this one great old guy, and he was a jazz musician. I mean, he was everything. He was a doctor. He started a Black hospital out of his own pocket, then made money at it. And everything he did, he made money, right? Because he said, in America, that's how you show you're doing the right thing, right? Doesn't matter what, the only color that matters, he would say, is green. And so he said that Jim Crow, after 1895, from 1895 to 1965, Jim Crow was one of the better things for the Black people because it focused them all together. And he said, by 1963, the Black community in the United States had the 7th largest economy in the freaking world. And that's how LBJ got the Voting Act signed, because he went to all the people don't realize that the Democrats were the motherfucking racist horn dogs and super conservative wackos, and the Republicans were the liberals. They were the guys who were trying to, liberally, and what is a liberal but someone who feels guilty about being racist? That's what a liberal is. And he said that Jim Crow was gave black people an economic base because they all had to shop at the black stores, they all had to go to the black this, the black that, and so they had and that's what enabled the Chitlin Circuit. You know about the Chitlin Circuit, right?
Yes, I do.
Right. So why don't you give the audience a little 411 of that, since you're a musician?
All right. Well, my understanding of the term Chitlin Circuit comes from my love of the blues. Now, I'm not the most up-to-date scholar on the blues, but I like who I like. And it was basically the black artists, singers, musicians, bands, that was their touring circuit.
Right.
And it was a small, real kind of dumpy places, all black.
But not always. A lot of, because there were black people with money, like I said, right? And so, like,
Yeah, some of them weren't dumpy.
I mean,
Like-
the ones in Harlem were like castles, places
the
like,
Apollo would be considered part of the Chitlin Circuit, and
Right.
it wasn't a corrugated shack. by
right,
any means.
exactly. And because these guys, the places they mostly, and they had different levels of the Chitlin Circuit. So there were the
Right,
corrugated
basically,
scat, and then they had
it was a musical group's touring path
right.
throughout the United States.
Yep.
Those places that would allow black artists to play, hopefully they get a decent break. Promoters are pretty corrupt,
Right.
across, racial lines. And it was like, they didn't have to be hassled by, all right, we got to play an all white, establishment. Oh, but you can't use the hotel here. You have to go somewhere else.
So, but what
You can't
interesting
use
thing
the-
about
you can't
the,
use
let
white
me
restaurant.
jump in with a sidebar. There's a thing called the Dumas, and all along the Chitlin Circuit, these were hotels that had big theaters and big restaurants. And so they would have a theater that could easily sit somewhere between 800 and 1,200, to some even larger, and have a hotel. And it would be like the Waldorf, I mean, the high end, the Dumas, right? If you were to do that. And there was one in New York, there was one in Philly, D.C., in Asheville, in Roanoke, any place where the railroads, because the black folk it was a lot safer for them to be on the railroad, because virtually everyone who worked in the railroad, in the dining car, in the this and the that, were all black people. So they could kind of blend in, right? And there'd be a very nice car for the black folk. The white folk just wouldn't go in it. Oh, that's for the black folk, And so the white people would think, oh, but it was as nice as whatever the white people had, right? Because the black people were running it. And what you alluded to about, the management being crooked, what was interesting was, yes, that business sense was there, but the crooked business folk realized that they would make more money by facilitating the better experience for their clientele. And so, yeah, they skimmed this, that, and the other, but not everything,
They weren't getting hosed by, racist white
Right, exactly.
owners.
Right.
And it was always, they suffered a lot of indignities and shit.
Right.
So
And could, as is today, could end up dead.
Right, exactly. And what you had alluded to about, the gentleman that you knew personally, in saying that the benefit of Jim Crow is it forced folks to be like, all right, you know what? I'll make my own goddamn hospital. Fuck you.
Yeah, right.
Which is the same spirit that the Panthers had.
Right. Exactly.
Like, all right, they started the sickle cell anemia programs in the United States, which are prevalent now. They developed that.
And they got it from guys like my friend, Meaning it wasn't just the Panthers didn't bring something new out. They just saw what the really smart grandmas and grandpas were doing and telling them stories about it. And they said, we're going to do that.
Well, like anybody, hopefully, one of the things I learned growing up is, studying history, these events do not happen in a vacuum. So you have a whole series of events happen to lead to, these different movements and branches of those movements. So, yeah, you can take it back a lot further than just the so-called civil rights movement. But again, this is something hopefully, but you see, I try to be balanced with these things, right? Okay, so we're talking about Black History Month. Now, is that going to just be used as a fucking, a prop for like a car commercial or a ball game?
Yes, in America, yes.
Or is it going to be something that wakes people up, quote unquote?
Right.
So the upside of it is, yes, it wakes people up. But however, the downside is it can just become commodified like anything else in our society, and it's just a thing. Like, oh yeah, I had brunch on Black History Month. Wasn't that so nice?
Yes.
Like, there's no real significance or understanding. I try to just promote for myself, not necessarily putting it with other people. I'm using this platform, I guess, but just for my own growth as a human being, I try to just reflect and have conversations like these with my friends or whomever. But then again, I have to be accountable for myself. Like, okay, do I just have these nice little conversations and then I just go back to,
being a schmuck, right?
Whatever self-centered shit that I'm into. I am subject to that as a human being. Yeah, we're all schmucks. Or do I, when something is, I don't know, like I forget. There's a Jewish scholar, and I use the quote, but I forget his name. He's leadership and service. He says, "If not now, when?
Yeah.
Not you. If not you, then who?"
Right.
So it's kind of like when, I don't know, duty calls or whatever.
Right.
Do I use my standing in the society as wherever that is? I'm not a big shot. I'm certainly not destitute. Do I use that to further the cause of what you like to say, love's co-creation? Or do I just, play with my phone?
Right.
Think about my next Amazon purchase.
Right, exactly.
And I'm not saying this to bum people out and say, oh, you should do this. I'm saying I should do this. You should do that to myself.
Right.
I'm not proselytizing at all. And I hope whoever is listening can kind of get with that, because I don't ever want to come off as some preachy do-goody motherfucker,
right,
because I'm not that guy. I'd rather just keep the focus on myself with these things. And if somebody else agrees, that's wonderful. But I have no expectations in trying to change anybody.
But, the thing, you can't change anybody, but what you can do through your example, right? So that's what I do. I do my best.
Live by example, exactly.
Yeah, I do my best, because that's what motivates my forward movement in my expansion of my consciousness. And by doing that, I keep saying, I'm like that little pebble in the pond, So that's the best I can do. And people can get a hold of me at the dudewake42@gmail, 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 just like Mr. Modern Artist did. That's how he got a hold of me on my email after seeing me on the show, right?
Yeah, no, and just to, if you don't mind, just to recap, I'm sure there are people who've been following you a lot longer than me, but for those who don't know, the reason I, reached out to this guy is because I was in a really, my own suffering and mental anguish and depression and what have you. And I watched the the Crone video on John's channel, and then I just started collecting his talks on a playlist, and I found out others were doing that too. And one day I just decided not to be boring and just send the guy an email, see what happens. Because that's another thing too. It's like sometimes just take a chance, man. Just take a fucking chance, see what happens. You know, like I've done a lot of things in my life where I just took a chance. Some things I don't even like to say worked out. Some, you know, whatever the event happens is what will happen. But I know not doing anything.
Right. And that is what our culture, our society tries to silo people in, is to do nothing. And that's why I pray all the time. And I have these two prayers. I have a lot of prayers, but the ones that I use industrially is conscious awareness I am. Conscious awareness I am. Conscious awareness I am. Om. And the other is conscious intent I am. Conscious intent I am. Conscious intent I am. So, Om. So the awareness one is it allows me to see the opportunities. You know, when you're driving your 18-wheeler and your buddy gets a hold on the CB, what's your 20, man? That's like, where are you right at the minute? So I consciously aware of my 20, where I'm stepping. And that's what, when people experience deja vu, it's the universe saying, hey, you just missed stepping right on the place you're supposed to step. You were a little ahead, you're not being aware. Be consciously aware. And that's what you know, deja vu is. And you are becoming more consciously aware. You know, in the time that we have talked and known and became friends, I have observed you becoming more and more consciously aware. And also having conscious intent.
Well, thank you. And, you know, like, I'm just glad that you kind of my association with you has revitalized my understanding of my potential.
Right.
Which I didn't really, you know,
appreciate.
I didn't appreciate or really really have a love towards myself.
Right.
With that. And you know, and yeah, it's definitely self-pity's a motherfucker, you know.
Well, it is the strongest drug of any of the drugs that are used against all our relations.
It's definitely there. Well, I mean, you know, like, we can discuss this on different levels, right? So we can look at, okay, how the government, like I mentioned before with COINTELPRO, how, you know, if an individual lacks understanding of their psychological makeup, they are more susceptible to manipulation. So there's that, right? To know oneself.
Yep.
Right? And actually help you to avoid the pitfalls that are there. They're all around you. And more of them are inside of you. So, and then it's more or less cultivating different methods of sustaining one's spiritual health, to put it, you know, in those terms. And I found a path for that, and I've had a path for a very long time. It just, I neglected it, and now I picked up the thread, and you inspired that. You know, it's kind of like, you know, this guy has something to say. Let's hear him out, and that's why I reached out to you. You know, and I was thinking about this the other day. It's like, I have to be like, wait a minute, you know, this is a flesh and blood human being I'm talking to. I sometimes get very complacent because I've met you through the circumstances of YouTube. I forget. I'm thinking like it's like a fucking TV show and I'm acting or something. Although we're having fun and I do the silly voices and shit like that. But it fucked me up one day. I was sitting on the bus and I was like, you know, I think, you know, right now we're being genuine, right? At least that's my attempt. But sometimes, all right, I might have the voices and stuff and be joking around. But sometimes even, you know, my real voice, whatever that is, can also be an act.
And it was just, I kind of got slapped in the face thinking about that. I was like, oh shit, like, when are you acting? Are you acting when you talk to this guy? Or are you being serious? You know? However, in the comedy, the voices, because comedy, I'm not a professional comedian or whatever, but just my understanding of it, and then fucking around doing stuff like this, it's gonna show the parts of my personality, regardless of whether I'm trying to conceal them or not. It's like the function of the court jester.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you have the facade of the king, but the jester is like, you know, you're really foolish just like everyone else.
Right.
And so that we act those archetypes out in our own lives. The kingdom is within, as Jesus would say.
Yep.
So there's different aspects of a human being. Like, people could say, like, well, how do you do all of crazy voices and personalities and stuff? It's just one personality, multiple aspects of the same personality.
Right.
Much like how the entity known as God works.
Yes.
Because there's multiple aspects of that.
And we are all of those multiple aspects. You know, when the burning bush was talking to Moses, Moses said, "So who are you and what's your name?" And the burning bush replied, "Not I am who I am." He replied, "I am a reflection. I am a work in progress, and you," meaning all of humanity, "are my mirrors. I get to know who I am by watching how you respond to your life." And that's the dynamic of why we're here. That's what's going on. Not to have a career or buy those sneakers or be a movie star or any of the above, or have kids or a family. Those are just actions within the dynamic that the burning bush figures out what the fuck is going on.
But don't you think that those reflections are reflections? Like, if you're living from a place of truth of yourself,
right?
Truth of your surroundings, that your life and who you associate with and your behavior and your interests, maybe even the career, maybe even having children, are just the reflections of that genuine self.
Oh, but of course, that's exactly it.
But
yes.
I think what happens is that, you know, powers that think they are subvert that natural tendency that human beings have.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I don't think I ever heard anybody say it this way, but it's an expression I came up with. And if anybody can pick the source of where it's from, and it's not from me, I'll gladly take the criticism. I honestly believe that all human beings on a subconscious level are seeking healing.
Yes. That's what we're here for.
It's a normal thing, like, if you want to use biological terms, homeostasis.
Right.
We are all in a constant state of finding homeostasis.
Yep.
I don't mean homeo, but,
Yeah.
homeo, oh homeo, wherefore art thou? Wherefore art thou? That's Beauregard talk.
That's Beauregard, yes.
So, this is good. I mean, it's good to have moments like this on the show. Usually you and I, we kind of like, I don't want to say keep it light, but I'll keep it on me. Like, you're I'm not in your head. But I guess what I'm getting at is that I am now trying to push past the artifice of my presentation in my conversations with you and try to be more genuine,
And I have been waiting, basically, whenever we're talking on the show, I let you do your shtick and I just jump in every now and then, basically.
Right.
And pretty much I do that for all my guests. I let them
I've observed
speak
that,
most
sure.
of it, and I just jump in. And also, I don't call you a lot. I only call you when I know you need to speak to me. or I know that you're ready to be real. And that's why I called today.
Yeah, I feel that. I definitely feel that. Yeah, but I think today I feel more ready to be real than any of the other times we've talked. I think I'm more cognizant of being genuine.
But you were as genuine. You were being genuine even when you were being your
No,
most
I was. It was just a
goofball.
little-
I mean,
it was just a
things,
little-
and that's why I wouldn't say anything
little-
because stuff would come out of you that was
Right.
genuine.
But that was more of a lower level. Like I knew something was coming out.
Right.
But like this feels different.
Oh yeah.
This feels like another veil is lifted.
Yes, and that's why I called.
Like, oh, okay. Yeah, and I mean, I was definitely in the vibe today. So when you called, I was like, oh, yeah, all right, this was right on time. Because I did a lot of spiritual cleansing, past couple of days.
And your body is much better for it too.
Yeah, I definitely feel that, and that's next on the agenda is some diet and exercise.
But within the construct of this integrity that you're experiencing right now, that's where you'll be successful.
Right, you can't do it on a false pretense.
Like, oh, I'm going to have a diet now, right? So.
Or I'm going to diet because I want to look really handsome.
Right, exactly.
I mean, I am really handsome.
Right, exactly. You are handsome.
but however, yeah, exactly. It just comes from that place of just, when people say a lot in in different spiritual communities where the focus is on transformation, right? So sometimes, a neophyte or a newbie would be coming into that world, and the more senior practitioners would be like, I don't know if they're ready yet, and no one really can judge whether someone is ready.
Right, it's not that person's.
Whatever ready it means.
I'm always ready to help.
That's an individual thing.
Right.
We just stay here to be guys. That's it. But that's kind of how I felt, like, because I made a promise at the beginning of COVID, because my life wasn't going so well, or at least I wasn't feeling so well. I should say better. My life, the external stuff was going great. The internal stuff was fucking wackadoo, and I had gone through some things, happenstances that have made me a better person, but I kind of felt at the very crux of what was causing me a lot of discomfort and to be ill at ease was not accepting my present life.
Right.
And because I had left a certain career and doing this and doing that, and I was like, nah, man, your problem is you haven't accepted that you died and you're reborn and this is your new life.
Right.
And that came to me very hard on Friday through a series of coincidences, prayer, meditation, and then meeting up with my friends who are like-minded, where there was a spontaneous ceremony for a neophyte, really, to put it in those terms, that totally was in line with what I needed to hear and see. And there was a lot of talk and discussion about that one of the way to change is to acknowledge that you have died and this is your new life. Or the need to have died, like they say in some traditions, they say to die while you're still alive.
Right.
So the death of the former self. And I was clinging on to the former self of my previous career. And I watched this thing on my phone to kind of, again, so I love old TV shows. I love movies. I love my unconscious mind to me through that. And a lot of people, it's actually a normal conduit, actually quite common. So I was thinking about an episode of The Twilight Zone that Robert Redford is in. And Robert Redford plays Death. There's an old lady who's been hiding in the basement for fear that Death was going to get him. And Death finally does, spoiler alert. But,
Right.
And there's this Robert Redford, man. And when Death, when the woman has actually died, she didn't even know she died.
Right.
Until Death points to the bed. It's like, no, you did pass. So you already, because she was like, oh, are you ready to take me? He's like, I already did. And he just says, listen, there was no shock. There was no tearing asunder. There was no pain. You're here.
Yeah.
And, I'm glad I watched that particular clip because I started to cry because I had identification with it. And it's like, yeah, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You haven't let go. You're on the other side, man. And they say sometimes like ghosts and stuff that remain is because they didn't realize they died.
Right.
So they're stuck. So that's just as much of a metaphor for my circumstance, which is now over because I've passed through the other side.
But we have to, because of the illusion of the physicality of the body, and also humans experiencing their spiritual self through this quagmire of the body, can be extraordinarily lazy. I know I am. And you have to be consciously aware to realize. And I've died 7 times, so I've got some practice in on it. And so did you ever die? Did you ever OD or have that experience?
I did, but I wasn't even aware of it. The only way I knew that I died was after I got clean. Again, looking back on this, so at the time I didn't know what was going on, but my subconscious was telling me you OD. So I talked to a former girlfriend, this lady I was involved with, and I just kind of sheepishly asked her, hey, did I ever overdose? And she looked at me like, of course you fucking overdosed, you fucking maniac. Like, I fucking brought you out of it. And I was just like, oh, I don't remember that. So, yeah, to answer your question, yes, I died, but there was no awareness, which is sad, too, right?
It is.
Just fucking died without even, being aware of that. So, but, yeah, that's the only physical death that I've experienced. I've been close, but I never, lost consciousness, only that one time.
When I was younger, I was a real sick kid, so I died a few times. And and it's kind of like this is how I learned how to have lucid dreaming. It was so I died when I was, well, I died a lot of times, but again, I was like you. I didn't quite put it together that I died. I just thought I was sick. But I died when I was 10, and I was watching from the ceiling all the shit that was going on. And I was so fucked up, and the fucking Catholic hospital was trying to murder me, It was Easter, and I think they wanted to make me into a turkey. These nuns, just the whole thing with these nuns who wore the penguin suit, the black and white, like the flying nun, that kind of outfit. And they were psycho sick bitch, right? And this one bitch stuck her face right in my face, and I was like hallucinating, screaming because they had the TV of Wizard of Oz, and I thought the Wing and Winkies were flying around the room, and this nun said, "How you feeling?" And it's right in my face, and I freaked out, and I clocked her. Right, I just, it's only 10, but I hit her so hard she flew over me, and smashed into something on the other side of the room. And I woke up, and I was tied to the bed, and I had a cast on my arm, and I knew I must have really hit that bitch hard, and I couldn't move, and they had a ball in my mouth, and I was in my own shit, and I kept dying and being on the ceiling, look at myself. Boy, that looks awful. Ooh, boy, it smells. And Death was over in a corner in a crumpled suit, going, and he was kind of like looking at his watch, and he said, "Okay, I've had enough of this." And he basically said, "Okay, you're not going to die. I'm going to give you the 411. All this is all about, and then you're going to go back in, and then bang, everything's going to change." And that's exactly what happened. And when the bang happened, it was the door being kicked open, and my Aunt Gracie came in, and just she took her like switchblade out of her pocketbook, cut the things where I was cut to the attached to the bed, took me over to the shower, hosed me off, wrapped me in a blanket, and carried me out of the hospital. And this nun came up, "What are you doing?" And she kicked the nun right in the balls. Right? And
more like right in the fallopian tube.
well, it was probably a guy. I mean, the way that person responded, I never saw. I've seen women get punched in the fallopian tubes, but I think this,
You get punch someone in the labia. It's kind of painful.
Yeah, it's a little bit painful. But anyway, she crumpled her and took me out, and a cab was waiting, and we were in Florida, and all of my family had gone home except my mom and Aunt Gracie, and my mom said, she was like into her cocktails and her cigarettes and going to the club and fleecing all the rich people playing cards. My mom had she knew every card in the deck. And so we spent almost a month there, and it was great because my Aunt Gracie would be by the pool at this club, and I'd be swimming around, and she'd be having cocktails and flirting with the guys. And we would go back to the place, and they dressed me up in my suit. They take me out to the fancy dinner, and they would dance with all the guys, and it was like the good old days when my Aunt Gracie and my mom were like running New York City, right? And they were having a great old time. When my dad and all the rest of the kids were back in Florida, back in New York, where it was snowing. But that's when that whole little month of me dying, waking up, dying, being on the ceiling, dying, and no one coming to save me. And the only person who was there that I noticed after a while was Death. Like I said, he was in a crumpled suit. He had a head that looked like a pumpkin. And from 10 years on, so one of those times when that was happening, I said, "Fuck this. I am never getting sick again." And that's when I really became the decider. I was pretty much always the decider, but I wasn't consciously aware that I was actually, being that character. That I wasn't being lucky. I was just being me. I didn't realize that was different from what most people experienced. I thought everyone thought and experienced the way I did. And it wasn't until I said, "Fuck that shit. And that one, bang, I was up on the roof, and there's Death over there looking at his watch in a crumpled suit, and his head looks like a pumpkin. And he said, "That's it. I'm not supposed to really get involved, but I'm making I can and I will make a little turn here." And that's when he said, "Okay, you're going to go back in there and you're going to be fine. And then everything's going to change, and you're going to be really well, and you're going to be conscious awareness from now on. And every now and then I will show up. And when I show up, you will realize that you're fucking dead. I mean, really realize. I mean, you probably know it, but I will make sure that you know it. And then you will make another change, and you'll keep going on the path you're supposed to. Now, I'm not supposed to intervene, but this isn't really intervening. I'm just giving you a little tap." And so I've had 4 of those experiences, and after 10 years old, and that's what death is, and that's what we're doing here on this earth. And everyone is able to have that experience, but very few do because they aren't consciously aware and they don't have intent and they're lazy. They don't want to be the decider, right? So I'm lazy like everybody else. So that 40% of the time when I'm a moron, that's when I'm being lazy. So.
Yeah, that's it. Listen, I got to burn.
Okay, buddy.
I'm glad we talked.
Yes, it was a good one. I'll talk to you later on. You're still doing the bus thing?
Yeah. Well, actually, next week I will not be doing the bus. I'm in a different location, but
Okay.
I can always, when I'm en route or when I get off the train walking
Right.
home.
Well, when you do like you do, just give me a buzz when you want to talk on the bus, and
Yeah,
and
I will.
and I will, if I'm able, I'll pick it up.
All right, sounds great, man.
Later,
I'm glad
babe.
things are like, you're safe and, things seem to be okay with John at the moment. So,
Well, it's always moment to moment.
yep, that's it. That's life, baby.
Yep, that's life, baby. Later.
Take care.
Well, that was fun. What do you think, kids? Did you enjoy that one? Let's see. Put my glasses on. Read some of the comments. Let's see. Good morning, Pamela. We're being affected of what peeps. Yep. Live now, John. Yep. Mm-hmm. And then go to Cali, right? Take care. Thank you. Oh, there's Jay. Hey, good morning. All right. Stunning outfit. Thanks, Solaris. No matter. Grandmas have been saying no matter for years. There's no spoon. Yeah, esoteric. No one poisoned my meth. Let's see. Love you all. Most people are misled. That is the free country, period. Yep. Work imperialism. Woke imperialism. Yep. Blossom, that's a great one. That's my government name. Let's see. Can't fear magic. Can't hear magic. And because I walked away. Fish. Let's call Fish. See how Fish is doing. I'm going to put you up there. Let's see. There she is. Hey, sweetie.
Hey,
Welcome aboard to the show.
I've been listening.
What do you think?
Y'all doing a good job. I missed the first 30 minutes.
Right. Well, that was John going on about being John, so you know it's much.
Oh, I can't stand to watch that. No way. I feel so sorry for him.
Well,
He keeps cutting his nose off by his face.
Right. So, why I'm calling you, you could probably empathize and speak to that experience almost more than anybody else because you had issues and you got out of not seeing yourself and then realizing yourself and then not, being full of self-loathing, and you did something about it. And now you're having a life that you're deciding what it is.
Yeah, I would like to decide it to be better, but it's not. So
Well, and that's part of that thing I was talking to Martyred Artists about, that, human beings, just because of us being in this, being a spiritual entity and being trapped in a body, we have a tendency to be lazy, right? And for those things, well, you've made amazing changes, and most people couldn't, but you did. And so all you have to do is put it in perspective and say, look, I've already done this, this, and this. That's pretty fucking amazing. So whatever changes you want, you could do. You really could.
That's true.
You know, it's just that, it's like me. Like I said, 60%, man, I got it. 40%, I'm a lazy slug. And that's okay, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, the only time things aren't okay is when we are hurting other people consciously.
Yeah.
You know, like this war in the Ukraine. There is no common sense reason for either Russia or Ukraine to do what they're doing. The only thing that no good will come out of this, the only thing that's happening is right now, 300,000 people, give or take, have died a grisly death.
Yep.
And the only people getting book on this is Lockheed Martin and General Dynamic, you know?
Mm-hmm. And don't forget Raytheon.
Yeah, and Raytheon and every other, because not, you know, the guys in Italy who are selling the German guys who are giving them the tanks, all the rest.
Yeah, because Raytheon bought DuPont.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
When did they do that?
And they've owned Carrier now, too.
Really? Oh, man.
Yeah. So, and then, but I don't know, this whole Ukraine and Russia thing.
Yes.
I mean, we got balloons flying over our country. Y'all won't shoot them down, but we still spending millions of dollars.
Right, exactly. But you know, all of these things are just theatrical events that have a portent to other things. Did you hear me talking about COG? Continuation of government?
Maybe that's where I dropped in.
Right. And
I didn't know what you were talking about.
Right. COG is continuation of government. That got started in 1947-ish with the Harry Truman signing, the National Security Act, which basically stopped us. That was the day we stopped kind of being a constitutional government, right? And what COG was set up to be is, so if we have a nuclear war and they drop a hydrogen bomb on DC and kill, the president and everybody else, COG was a continuation of government. And so these guys, waited in bunkers and took over the government, right? And the way it was written in 1947, that thing could only have authority if there was a nuclear war and it wiped everybody out, right? So the government could keep going. Because America's a big place, and even though you blew up D.C. doesn't mean the people out there in Oshkosh don't need a government, right? So that's what that was there for. So during the Reagan years of Herbert Walker Bush and Rumsfeld being, Secretary of Defense and Dick Cheney being something else, they changed COG. So COG would kick in for any reason. And that's when FEMA was kind of invented. And, it was invented under Jimmy Carter, but they took basically FEMA and COG, put them together and made a thing that later became Homeland Security. So those three things and the Patriot Act, basically we have no constitution, period.
Yeah, the Patriot Act we passed after 9/11.
Right.
And that solidified
those other things. Those other things. Right.
Yeah. So, and most people don't realize that we gave what. Shit, I can't talk.
Right.
We gave away our rights.
Right.
And that's when people were like, the government, no. We don't need the government.
And the government doesn't even exist anymore because it's now this other Frankenstein monster. And the other interesting thing about the Patriot Act, it was supposed to be for a limited time, right? And we are still under it. We're still under martial law.
Right. That's why the flag's lined with gold.
Yes, exactly. That's the what there's two legal systems in America. One is our constitutional system, and the other is what is known as admiralty law.
Yeah, we're under that right now.
We're under that right now, right? And you know it because admiralty law has everything to do with what you do. Like whenever people don't know why they have a birth certificate, what that is, isn't you being born? That birth certificate is part of admiralty law. When that boat comes into someone's harbor, before they go in there, they have to sign all of their property over to the admiralty law, like the guy who's in charge of the harbor. And for insurance reasons, until that material is taken off the boat and shipped to the client who is going to receive it, it's under admiralty law, right?
Right.
And so we are under admiralty law because our birth certificate isn't about us being born. The birth is like the birth of the ship. And that transportation and we are the goods. We are the product. We are the merchandise. And so admiralty law is over us from the time we're born, and that's our birth certificate, and we are transported to when we die, and we are merchandise until the day we die.
Yep.
And so we're in the most surreal, strange Twilight Zone TV show you ever want to see. You know?
What was that movie that the man played in? I can't stand him.
Well, describe the movie. What was the storyline?
Jim Carrey was in a TV show.
Oh yeah, where it was like the Truman Show.
Yeah. I know it was a remake, but I can't remember what.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't realize that he was in a basically a game show, and everybody around his best friend, his mother, everybody was an actor.
Right. That's kind of what we're doing right now.
Yeah. We're like some alien entity owns we're like on the I Love Lucy show, and we don't know it. And when the ratings go down in Alpha Centauri, they'll just cancel us, and we'll like. Bloop. Remember how TV used to have a tube, and you turn it off, and it would go all the way down to that little dot.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what will happen to us. But yes, we're in a TV show, but see, since we had this thing called free will, we can decide what we want to do, and you did that. Why don't you tell the audience a little bit? What was the moment where you said, fuck this shit, I'm not going to do this crap anymore. It's going to be difficult. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm going to change. When did that happen?
It was gradual for me, but I want to say by the time I was 22, I knew that I wanted to take care of myself, be there for my family, work, make money. I don't need fancy stuff. I just want to have what I work for.
Right.
And
but you were going to be in charge. You were going to be in charge.
And, steered my life away from, not being an alcoholic or, cutting people out of my life that want to cause drama, anything like that. At one time, I let my job take over my life. Mm-hmm. And I guess I was 30 then when I decided, no, I'm tired of working my ass off and having nothing, other than that. So I bought a house and come off the road, and I mean, that's all I've been doing.
But
Just
you
living
have
by
been the decider. I mean,
Yeah,
each
yeah,
of
yeah. I
these
mean,
times
I
you've
stood up
been.
and took my sister's kids
Mhm.
when she couldn't care for them, and I've took care of my grandma until the day she died. I mean, you make decisions for yourself, and you have to keep on going no matter how hard it is. And
So-
you've got to let go of the fantasy.
Right.
I mean,
So-
that's John's problem.
Right.
He keeps thinking that, his kids are going to come to him. Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, his kids are teenagers that don't want anything to do with him,
Right.
whether he was in their life or not. That's a teenager. They don't want nothing to do with their parents.
Right.
And he can't get past that. I even listened to him the other day when it was one of those live shows you had where he was talking about college and, hanging around and everybody was having fun and he was studying and then he went to stay with Danica and da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, you're using her as a crutch. Look, she slept you. You need to accept that and move forward, or you're never going to move forward. And that's something that I learned. I mean, my grandma always told me that, but until you realize it on your own,
Right.
I don't know. I don't know.
And I've been here now 7 years trying to, and I don't tell him what to do. I just, use, my shrinky experience to listen and then ask questions. But I am not being the shrink, I'm being the friend. So I do more than what a shrink does in that I stay, I live with him and I give an experience of my
Yeah,
example.
you're better than me because I couldn't do what you do for him.
Right.
I mean, I can't do that. I don't know. I mean, you're a saint for putting up with him.
Well, the thing is, what I get out of this, two major things. One, how like they put guys and gals in fighter jet simulators and let them fly around so they don't die or blow up $100 million airplane. John is like my simulator because he represents so many character traits and emotional traits that are in our culture.
Yes, he does.
And I can just be here and observe and see what this has, what effect. It's like a laboratory. So that's one reason I do this.
That's okay. So he brought that up the other day. He was doing something for his daddy wouldn't think something.
Right, exactly.
Country people and all kinds of stuff and rednecks. And I'm like, dude, can you take responsibility for yourself?
That's right.
Self. That's what he fails to realize. He needs his self. He needs to fix himself before he can do anything else.
Right, and that's one of the major things I work on is that, John, this is an opportunity for you to, but he thinks he's perfect and he's great and blah, blah, blah.
He is not.
Right.
He's become pretty much a shut-in since COVID, huh?
Yeah. Well, no, his whole fucking life.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, even when he was in school, I'm like when he was said, everyone was having a good time, and he was like there just, studying. He shut himself in.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a shut-in now.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yes, yeah. So what is that? Agoraphobia is kind of.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to.
Right.
I was going to talk about the gray ladies.
Right. Because he lives in this beautiful piece of property, And there is, my dog found this sacred path, and we cleared it out. And when I had my mystic school up here, I would send my students up that path and have them find that place, because there were many, 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 many amazing nature and areas that if you walk through them, it was like walking through a vortex of sorts, And he when he first came here, the first month I showed it to him, and he went through it, and I went away for a few weeks, and he came back, and he said, I've had the best time in my whole life. And I said, oh, it was so beautiful. And I just kept walking on that path, 5, 10, 20 times a day. I said, yep, that's what you do. And I had benches placed in the best place where you could sit and meditate and get the most out of it. And he did that for about 2 or 3 weeks, and it was the best time of his life, he said, right?
Right.
And then I said, well, just keep doing it. And so then he decided, well, I'll carry those dumbbells up, and I'll get in great shape. And so by carrying, 100 pounds, each was 50 pounds, and he would run up with these in his little shorts. And by doing that, it took his awareness of all of those amazingly natural places of beauty and spirituality, because his heart was pumping and his breath was, everything was changed by carrying that and running up the hill rather than just walking up there.
He said the other day, you said the hill would give me what I want, but if you don't believe in what you want,
right?
If you can't, that's something. Oh
yes,
I don't know
the
why
hill.
I can't talk today.
The hill is like
I have a stutter.
It's you know what it is. It's the sunspots. But the hill is ancient, right? So it has no real connection to what modern world is, right? But it's here to heal and give you whatever you want. And what's in my observation of looking, all the people live, they smoke pot, they drink, they do stupid things. So the hill goes, oh, that's what it wants. So I'll make them a drug addict, and I'll get them alcoholics, and I'll have them do really stupid shit that they end up in jail. So everyone who's come up here unconsciously, and that's why my mystic school was, it didn't work out, because everyone came up here, it was affected, and all they wanted was to give me $300, and I would give them a certificate saying that they were a shaman. I said, no, I can't do that. You have to experience and grow into it. It's not something you can buy. It's not a race you can win. This is a experience and a life thing that you have to do. And because the hill, just would glam onto these guys, and, out of the, 80 people who came up over 2 summers, maybe 3 got it. And that's about the statistics of the human race,
Yeah, well, that's another good point, where we have free will,
right?
And then there's the saying, where there's a will, there's a way.
Right.
So if you don't believe in yourself, I've never seen Rocky, but I understand that's part of it.
Yep.
That you got to believe.
Yep.
You got to believe that this is going to happen, and as soon as you believe, it will happen. More likely than not.
Right, and the thing is not so much belief, because belief, you can get the rug pulled.
Well, the will,
right, the will,
when I say believe,
right, the will, and what will is faith in yourself and faith in love.
Right.
Now, believe is a very artificial thing, but faith is an organic, undestructible thing, because faith is the connective tissue to will. When you have faith in yourself, that's when will is the tool you use to accomplish anything.
Yeah.
So that's where that works out. So, and most people are so distracted, so lazy, so, did you, Miss Blossom, when Martyred Artist and I were talking about things, and we talked about being awake. You know, he says, you know, what you do is you wake people up. And I said, right, not woke.
Yeah.
And she said, woke imperialism. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah. This woke culture stuff. Oh,
Well, it's like heroin. It's another drug. That's all it
it
is.
is. It is. And I wanted Martyred Artist, who has a lot of good points, but I don't know. We disagree on some things.
Well, hey, come on. We're human beings. You're not going to agree on everything.
Right. But he's part of that. It's like, I don't know.
Well, I think, you know what it is?
In the city, I think.
Yes,
the city
that's
has a whole new,
you.
a whole different.
Yes, exactly.
mindset.
Right. And that's, I was just about to say that, and you read my mind.
Yeah.
It's not that he isn't part of the cadre. It's not that he's not a great guy or not really smart or really sincere.
No, I didn't say any of that. No,
Right.
no. I'm just saying that some of his thinking, I can see why he thinks that way, because he's in the city.
And also what he's gone through. You know, he's been
Right.
the martyred artist. You know, he's really a great artist, and he is so.
I love when he does the country accent.
Yes.
Beauregard,
Yeah, Beauregard. Yes.
Georgia,
Yep.
South Carolina.
Yes. You know, Colonel Sanders. You know, he's Colonel Sanders.
There's a few words that he needs to practice on.
What are
That's
they?
my only Martyred Artist. That's my criticism.
Right.
I need you to look up like Southern speak.
Right.
There's a few things he could improve on, but I like to hear him when he talks like that.
Yes, he really gets what, you know, so he's an amazing artist. He's a great visual artist. He's a great filmmaker. He's like John, but he's actually doing it, right?
Right.
And he has even more things to be miserable about because he had to get over heroin addiction. Because he was in New York City. He was part of the punk scene in the 90s, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You know, and you weren't a punk unless you were shooting heroin. So he had to, you know, that's a hard thing to get over, you know? So.
Yeah. No, my sister is, well.
Right. She's having issues. Right.
That is her drug choice.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm very blessed as I can't do drugs. I get sick. Meaning, I worked in rock and roll for almost 20 years. And I mean, I wasn't just, you know, I was like hanging with the stars and hanging with the producers and hanging with the owning people because I worked for those guys, not some other company. I worked for those guys. And so I saw all of that. And all of those people loved me socially because I would never go after their stash, right? And we'd go out to party and I wouldn't drink and I'd have one glass of wine, but I wouldn't drink like they did. And I didn't do drugs. So at the end of the night, I was the guy driving the car because even the chauffeur, the limo would be hanging out and he'd be drunk and stoned and I'd be the only one. So I was very blessed, you know. The universe said, oh, no, Al, you're not going to do that. Now, being the Aquarian I am, we love to try everything, right? But we don't want to get stuck into anything. We don't want anyone to have anything over us, basically. That's our basic attitude. And if you can...
Well, I must have missed it because I'm Pisces.
Oh, yeah.
I'm into this month is my birthday too. So I'm Pisces.
Right.
But
So when's your birthday? Sometime soon or already happened?
27th.
Right. Okay.
February 27th.
Right.
Almost the last day.
Right. So you're Pisces. So you're a Pisces Aquarian. So you have that intuitive intellect. And Pisces are really good because they can swim through everything, right? And the other thing that Pisces are, being the fish, they can, I don't want to say cold as a fish, but they can, everything has a subjectively good and bad. And that's the real problem. That's why I don't believe in good and bad, because it's so subjective. One guy says, oh, that's really good. The other guy says, oh, that's terrible, right? One man's, anyway, so because you're Aquarian Pisces, you are very analytical in a very interesting way, right? You're always kind of somewhat detached, right? Right, and that's how you have a really good perspective on things, and you're in a position. Your job gives you a visibility of the world around us in a way that most people don't see. I mean, by you being so intimate with the supply chain, you see things that most people have no idea about. That represent the big picture. I mean, you're in a place where you really get to see. That's why I like talking to you. That's because I can ask you questions, and you may not know what I'm talking about, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. No, you're right. And actually, we just became the leader.
Oh yeah,
global leader.
Oh, I did my homework on you guys, and you were more or less the leader already, except you weren't as big as some of your competitors.
Correct.
And their bigness was one of their problems.
Yeah. But we just bought another, our biggest competitor.
Right.
And brought 400 people over
from them.
Yeah.
So now as you are becoming this, and I would say, and like I said, I did my homework on you guys. Your two bosses, where they came from, they are very conscious and conscientious of not taking things for granted. Right?
Oh yeah, especially the Irish side
Right.
of the business, because a lot of them grew up in the Troubles.
Right.
So they
don't take anything for granted.
Yeah.
So what part of Ireland were they in, the north or the?
All over.
Over.
But our offices are in Dundalk.
Right. But no, where did your Irish boss, where did he grow up as a kid?
I forget. There's a few county meads. I don't know.
Right. So he was in Ireland and not Northern Ireland.
Yeah, Ireland, not Northern Ireland.
Because I lived in Ireland when the Troubles were going on, like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And
he wasn't a kid.
And it wasn't as bad, as Northern Ireland, because Northern Ireland was like an occupied country. The English army was there. Lots of people, the IRA was blowing this up, blowing up that. But the
is like right next to Dublin.
Right.
And then it's not too far over to the Northern Ireland.
Yeah. So,
but I don't know. I just know that they, like you said, they don't take anything for granted.
Right.
And they still have those old principles where their word means something.
It means something, right. Well, it's called integrity. That's what it's called. So John is here with us. Say hi, John.
Hey, hi, John.
This is Fish.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Oh, I didn't know you're a woman or who you were.
Yeah, she's a woman.
Hi.
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 Do you want some rice? There's rice there. You can put it in. Here's a plate.
I don't know.
You can't see me, but I'm waving back too.
I don't even know.
What was that?
I don't know.
What'd you say, Fish?
I said he can't see me, but I'm waving back too.
Right.
Oh, that's good. Hi. Hi. Hi, Fish, or whatever your real name is.
My name
Hi.
is Fish.
Hi.
Hi.
Fish sounds like a young woman, kind of young woman.
No, I'm older than you,
Oh, well, you still sound kind of young.
but not that much. But I am a little bit older than you.
And Fish is, she grew up in, here, we're kind of,
Or you
My best friend lived there.
meet somebody or something like that.
uh,
I'm probably gonna have to leave to go to California because my films and videos didn't make it. So I started believing that maybe it was because I was here instead of in California. I thought, but I don't know.
what do you
I
think
don't know
about
what it
Fish? Give me your opinion.
was. What?
Well, I think moving to California is silly. One, the politics are crazy. People are homeless everywhere. High rent, high taxes.
Mm.
You can do what you do from anywhere. And if COVID didn't teach us anything, it taught us that we can work from home.
Yes.
So you don't have to be in California to make quality stuff. You just have to sit down and make quality stuff.
Yeah, I did so much of it that why would I do one more when it didn't make that much money? And then I had to work it out.
So if you're going to give up because it didn't make any money, then you need to find a different job. It's plain and simple. You can't expect somebody just to like everything that you do, and you do it your way and it doesn't make any money. Okay, fine. Change it. Do something different that makes money. That's called success. Working towards something. Be an entrepreneur.
And honest about your product with integrity.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing, Al.
Well,
I haven't done a film since 2014 or 2013.
no, but even
Okay,
your
what makes you think? Okay, so this is 2023.
Yeah.
That's over 10 years ago.
Yeah, I
No,
had to work on
20
stuff.
years ago. I don't know. I don't do math, but
I had to work on stuff that made money.
well, you can make money or you can do what you want to do, but people start stuff, they fail, they change stuff, they do it again, just like
That's
we
what
were
I've been
talking
doing.
before you came in.
Yeah, that's exactly
The people I work for.
That's what I had to do. Rethink. Why is it not getting results? Try it a different way. Try to do my best work. Keep doing my best work. It hasn't gotten there yet, and it's not earning enough every month. And I had to work it.
You have to stop focusing on California, because California's not going to make a damn whether you make quality stuff or not. Because even if you go to California, you still got to make money.
Yeah.
And even if you sell your house in Virginia, you won't have enough money to get a house in California.
Yes, I will.
No, honey, you will not.
No, this house is worth $720,000.
No, it is not.
Yes, it's an 8-bedroom house. It has 5 bathrooms, and it's
It
on
is
9
not
acres.
in Virginia. In that, I know
Yes.
exactly where you're at,
You
and
can
it
look up
is
the real
not.
estate. If this was like new condition or really fixed up good, it would be worth 1.2 million or 1.4 million.
Okay, it doesn't matter about the house. It matters about the land, and land won't bring that much.
The land is
Because I
good.
looked in buying a house that was almost as big as what you're in that same area, with like 10 or so acres, and it wasn't that much money. that
Well,
you just spouted out your house is
It went
worth.
up in value. It went up in value. The real estate around here went up in value, and the house went up in value, and it's worth more money now.
Yeah, well, now that the housing market has stalled, it's not. I mean, you can't get it. People can't
It went
get
up
loans to buy money.
It
I mean,
even-
to buy houses anymore. People from California are coming to Virginia. Well, not Virginia, because
Tennessee
who would
is-
want to go there? But they're going to.
They're coming to
Texas and
Tennessee. They're
Florida.
actually going right where you are.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
gonna go.
in Tennessee.
I'm gonna go. It was
Okay.
nice talking. It was nice talking with the lady on
Okay.
the woman on the phone.
Okay.
The girl, the woman.
She's a lady. She's a lady. I consider you. I consider you a lady.
Okay. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
You have to stop running away when you hear stuff that you don't like.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he does. So,
But he's not going to get that money.
no, of
He
course
won't
not.
be able to get a house in California.
No, I mean, he will, if he is lucky, he will get what he paid me for this. He paid me, so I stumbled into this place, and the lady who built it with her husband and did all of this, Inga, and I met them in the late 60s, early 70s when I worked at a foundry. I did some casting for them in New York. Anyway, and then, 20-something years later, I stumble into this place, and a friend of mine takes me to meet, you got to meet this old lady. She's a lot like you. And I walked into her place, and she looked up at me, and she goes, "Oh, there you are." And I said, "Oh, there you are." And it's like, you must have friends that you may not see them for 6 months or maybe 2 years. And when you see them, it's just like you saw them yesterday, right?
Yeah, my best friend lives there right where you're at right now,
And-
and I haven't seen her in forever.
But when you will, it'll be just like you saw her yesterday. So anyway, it's like that. And no one was taking care of her. She was in her 70s. So I would come up and I'd bring groceries and we'd talk, and she, anyway, and then she had a car and I would drive her to the doctors or this or that. Now, her daughter lived here. Her son was in Germany, blah, blah, blah. But it got to, and so I just stumbled into a bunch of properties, and I had been working as a demographer. I got paid pretty good. So around 2003, I had like 7 pieces of property, and I didn't want to become a landlord. I didn't want to become all of that. And so I basically was starting to sell that stuff. And Inga said, "Oh, you need to buy the school." And I knew that she needed money.
This is Big Jimmy Johnson. How are you? She ain't. Hello? I'm out of here.
Hey, John.
That was his southern self.
Yeah, it's
Now,
so
Big
cold.
John talks sometimes. Hey.
He is. What is it called?
It's called projection.
Cultural. Oh, hold on.
Huh?
Cultural appropriation.
Appropriation, right. Being
You're
something,
you're trying to talk with a black person.
right. Right. And
That's wrong. You're a white guy, and you cannot do that.
yes, right. Or any, I mean, you can do like Martyred Artist does. You can have a character that you can play, but you can't, like, what was the word you used? It was a very good word. What was that word? Yeah. Where you try to be that rather than yourself, right?
Big John's getting out of here.
Appropriation, that's it. Right?
Appropriation, yeah.
Appropriation. That's whereas Martyred Artist is just being a character, He's not appropriating those things.
I mean, I don't believe in all of that stuff anyway. I think it's silly. It's part of the woke stuff. I was just messing with John, but
Right.
I mean, it's crazy what this world has.
That's done to people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's why I do Dreamy Dreamland. It's to wake folk, and not woke, but wake people up, to be themselves, to see what they're doing with their life. And it's like me. I've had loads of careers, been really successful, like I was saying. So anyway, the bottom line about Inga and this house, right? There's this A-frame. So she goes, why don't you go up there? Because she had all these little cabins, and there's the big art school, and that was why they had the cabins so the art students could stay in them. And that flopped. It just didn't work, right? And so the way they made money was they rented the cabins out to people. And, so they did that. And George was a real dick, so he could just go in and give me the money. And that would be. But Inga was sweet and nice. And so after George died, people still lived here and never paid a rent, right? But Inga was kind of smart. So, we became buds. I was doing all this stuff. And she goes, you don't really have a place. You got all these other places. So why don't you go fix the A-frame up? And if you fix it up, clean it out, you can live there for a year. And she thought that would take me a long time to do that, right? Well, I just got some high school kids that had a pickup truck, gave them $200, and they clean that thing out like, clean. And then I showed them how to fix things up, and I gave them another $200. So like for $400, I fixed everything up and was clean and nice. And it took us all of like a weekend, And she came up and said, my God, how'd you do this? And the lady who was living where the school is was only 50 feet from the A-frame. I knew her before she moved up here, and she was an interesting person. She ran a coffee shop. She was an artist. She sang, blah. And up here, she was just a drunk, arguing with her boyfriend, who they had a baby with. And it was terrible. Anyway, Inga was smart enough to know that if I was in that A-frame, it would drive those people out. And once they moved out, because I was too nice, I kept taking their car. What? Stop taking my garbage down to the, really. Anyway, so they moved out, and she goes, you need to buy the school. You're the only person who could do anything with that. I said, So I went to the county, and it's exactly what you said. I said to the county, so here's the address, here's the property, let me see the plot. So they showed it to me. I said, so what's the tax, what do you guys say this is worth? And they said, well, the property's worth about $15,000, and the building's worth about 10. It's like $25,000, right? And so that's what the county said it was worth. And that's what any real estate person would pay for it, right?
Right.
So I said, okay. And so I said, okay, I'm going to buy the place. And so she goes, well, you deal with my son-in-law, and he loved her, and he was a wheeler dealer, flim flam guy, but he loved her. He wasn't going to rip her off. And so it's $125,000. And that just happened to be the amount I needed to spend on another piece of property, or I was going to have to spend like $300,000 on taxes for all the other stuff that I sold, right? So I said, fine. So what? Can you afford that? I said, sure. I said, give me the name of your lawyer. So I don't have one. I said, well, go get yourself a lawyer, and I'll have my lawyer talk to your lawyer, and we'll close. So let's do it like in a month. What? You don't have to get up. What? I said, no, let's do it. And he couldn't believe that I had that money. He couldn't believe, because I wasn't a businessman. I didn't wear a suit, none of the above, right? So, and he didn't do any homework on what I had done or what I'd been or any of the things, because he was so stuck on himself, right? So anyway, month later, everything's lined up. I got my lawyer, talked to her lawyer, put the money in escrow, blah, blah, blah. We go to close, and the guy walks in there. I don't even know why we're here. He doesn't have the money. This is useless. And his lawyer goes, no. The money's in escrow. What? And we signed it, and bango, I owned a building. He couldn't, and for the next 15 years, he still, how do you make your money? What do you do? He couldn't open his own eyes. And that's the whole problem with it. Not problem, but that's what this hill is. It does this. The only person I ever saw up here who had anything to do with this place, who it didn't totally fuck them up in the head, was Inga and me. We're the only two people who, and this other guy who I kind of squeaked in after Inga died to,
The
buy.
internet guy,
His name is Tim.
the one that put the internet in.
Yes, that guy. He really has it on the ball.
Like a dummy.
Yes, he's really, really sharp and nice and generous and good.
And was paying rent.
Right. He paid $1,800. I mean, so John, he came up here, and the guy really had to get out of where he was. He had no way. He had to get out like in 2 weeks. And John was like, "Oh, let me think about it." Then he went off to California. As soon as I took that, John to the airport to go to California, I called the guy up and said, "Okay, you can move in. You need to move in, move in." And so he did. He came in, he moved in, he ran his business, he took over the basement, he made it really nice. And I needed $500. I said, "Just give me $500 and you can move in," because I needed to have some medical procedure done, and I hadn't really gotten into, I wasn't quite 65 yet. And so, or I didn't have my medical scene all in line. And, so he moved in and he fixed the place. He put hot, he wanted to have a hot shower. He put hot water in, he put in the wood stove. It was starting to get cold. And he had done all this. And then John shows up 2 weeks later, and there this guy is. And he was, "Ah!" And John, so the guy just says, "Okay, I'll pay you $1,800 a month to rent the basement." Right? He needed a place to be until he could figure out a better place. And that was nothing to him. He probably makes 20, 30, 40, 50 grand a week. I mean, his business is pretty amazing. So anyway, and he had the cash. He took it out and he waved it in front of John's nose. And so John needed that cash. And so he, grabbed it and said, "Okay." And so, the guy just made it nicer and nicer. And John would sit on the steps listening to and he would wonder, "Are you talking about me on the phone?" So the guy couldn't, he couldn't run his business like that. And he wasn't, the 3 weeks before John came back, that's why he did all this stuff. He loved this hill, and the hill loved him. And so there was another moron living in Inga's house who's, another drug addict doing nothing. And so Mishka, who owned it after Inga died, kind of made me, "I want you to fix this, this, and this." And I said, "Okay." And so and he went to the guy and said, "Al's in charge." And that guy really couldn't stand that, right? And I never said anything to him, did anything. I just kept doing the stuff that Mishka wanted me to do, and told this guy he's going to fix this, and do this. And so it basically drove the guy out, and it was perfect timing. Just as that guy left, John was like going ballistic. And I said to the guy, I walked him, I had the keys to the house. I walked him, I said, "Here are the keys, you can move in here." Right? So he moved all this stuff down, and I called up Mishka and I said, "So, did you know that the guy who'd been living in your place really hadn't paid you rent in 7 months?" And this is how fucked up Mishka was. He goes, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Why don't you go online and check your bank account?" And he did. And he goes, "That motherfucker hadn't paid me." I said, "That's right." And he's gone. So I want to, I said, "Good, do whatever you want to, but I put somebody else in, and they're willing to pay you $1,800 a month, not $700. And I, here's the phone, you talk to him. He has, he will wire you the money every month into your German account." And he did. And then after 2 or 3 years, he sold the property to Tim. And so Tim has really fixed that house up that Inga lived in. And I have to say, John did the same thing, meaning John was the only guy who was going to buy this place. So John bought it from me for $125. So exactly what I paid. I had lived in it for 10 years. And so the only rent I ever paid was the $300 property tax a year. And I spent, 2 years helping him to figure out about this place and what needed to be done. And there were other things. I knew a lot. I knew all the people So if I left up to John, he would have never gotten insurance on the place. It was left to John. The tax people would have been up his ass, and the inspectors and all of that. And, but I kind of smoothed all that out of the way because I knew all those people, and and they knew the history of this place, and so it was not a big deal for them to say no problem. But John can't work with people. He can't talk to people. Like he couldn't even talk to you.
Yeah.
And again, he represents a dynamic of the human race, in one package. The shit that's going on between Russia and Ukraine, John represents that.
Yes, he does.
Right?
He's like Peter Pan.
On steroids.
Yes.
And doing meth.
Yes.
Peter Pan on meth.
He is Peter Pan.
Yeah.
I have just sit there and thought about that.
Yep.
The boy who will never grow up.
Yep. Well, there's a psychological, there's a Peter Pan syndrome, he's not the only one. But he does, and like I said, he
I'm
represents.
sure he can do it.
Yeah.
He has moments where, excuse me, he, looks like he can function, but
Yes,
then,
and that's like every time he ended up in the
excuse me.
the mental institution, they would put him through all the tests. It's like me, people say, that guy's crazy. I said, no, he's not. He's just neurotic. And neuroses are a whole different thing than psychoses,
Yeah.
So, and so, and he goes on about how terrible his life is. Come on, his parents give him $5,000 a month.
I wish my daddy would give me $5,000 a
no
month.
shit. Yes, I live on.
If I were $5,000 every month, I wouldn't have to work.
Right. But then what would you do? See, and that's what I was trying to tell him today. I said, listen, John, work isn't about making money and paying your bills.
No, the work is about doing stuff with keeping yourself sane.
Right. That's what work is. Yep. And it doesn't matter what you do your job. And my job is to do this YouTube, not to make money, but to interact with people. And the other thing is I go out into the world because every time I go out, I come across 5 to 10 people that I start talking to them and get them to tell me their story, which no one listens, and I listen very clearly. And then I give them some insight on it and give them a few tools, and then I move on my way. And where I do this, and wherever I end up and do this, as I usually stay there for long enough for me to bump back into those people, right?
Right.
And so I've lived here in Roanoke for 20 years and at the Deep Green about 20 years because I bought both about the same time in 2003. And so everybody in both these places know me. That's why I can, I know all the politicians in Roanoke, I've helped them all get things done, just, introduce them to this person, that person, get this done, because that was good for the community,
Right.
And that's my job because I can make money at a lot of things. And when I have to, I go, right? I can't be an electrician anymore. I mean, I helped John do a lot of electric stuff here the last 2 weeks. But man, I can't even get up on a ladder. I can't even walk, And so it's, and the others, all of the industries are different. Like, so when I moved into 20 years ago, into the neighborhood where the Deep Green is, Boone and Johnson City are 2 big cities, right? And they're both about 20-something miles from me. And I got to know, because people said, oh man, you got to meet so-and-so, electricians who I worked for, where by that time I was in my latter 50s, early 60s. I wasn't a young guy to run around, right? But I was real experienced. So I worked for about 5 different big electric shops, the 5 biggest in both those areas, where I would just drive around in one of their cars, look, estimate jobs, lay out jobs, get the workers doing their job and getting the materials to them so they wouldn't have to go to the, supply store and get off the job. and I would be a consultant. I wouldn't be an employee. I'd be a consultant. And so instead of getting like 30 to 50 bucks an hour, they were paying me $200 to $300 an hour because I was saving them 50,000 bucks a frigging week because they were doing that kind of jobs, you know. So when I came back here, I'm back to the deep green like 3 years ago. And I was, and about a year later, I was in good enough shape that I could go do that kind of job, right? And so I went to all those companies, see if those guys who owned them and I had a relationship with, whether they were there. Virtually all of them, all of those guys who I worked for were dead, and their sons were running it. And their sons were running it into the ground, right? And I went to this one guy who, it was right in 2021, I guess. And so all the Floridians and Californians were coming here and building houses. So he had more work. He had hired like 15 guys, went into Hawk and got 12 brand new vans with everything in it, with his name on it. And I kind of rolled in there one day, I bet you he's there. And I rolled in. And there he was. It was Friday, and the last guy had gone, and he'd given off the paycheck, and his girlfriend was his business manager. And I basically said, "Hey, how you doing? Remember me?" Because I remembered him when he was a teenager working for his dad, right? And they had issues. Anyway, I said, "So you got the business now? Yeah, you got all these new trucks. You must have a lot of work." I said, "Yep." I said, "How you doing?" And his girlfriend / manager said, "Oh, this sucks. These guys are totally fucked. We're losing money. We just went into Hawk with all those trucks and da-da-da-da. And the only reason we got all this credit was that we have all these big jobs. And we're about to get sued because everyone's fucking things up." And I turned to him. I said, "Why don't you let me do what I did for your father?" And he said, "Fuck that. I know what I'm doing. I don't need you." I said, "Oh, good. Good luck with that." Because I really didn't want to get up at 5 a.m. every morning and go drive around and do that again. But it just behooved me to, I was driving by it, and I just, that little tweaky thing in my head said, "I bet you I'm going to go check in on this guy." Because it was right there, and I didn't have to go anyplace. I just kind of drove in, and there he was, and it was like perfect timing. And that's what, the universe said, "No, you don't need to be an electrician anymore, except for the kind of shit I do. I fix people's things when they need it to be fixed, that kind of stuff, right? When I see, if I don't fix this person's house is going to burn down. I say, let me do this, right? So that's the only kind of electric work I do anymore. But I gave it a shot because it wouldn't have been, it would have been nice to get $3 or $4 grand every week, for 6-7 months. It would have gotten me, but it would have taken me away from what I was doing. Meaning the fact that I live where I live, and I can, and the rich people who are moving in really get annoyed when I say I live like a millionaire on $400 a month. Because they're probably, I don't know what they make, but they're like in Hawk, and they got credit card bills up the kazoo, and so I probably will, it's time. The universe wants me to leave, and so a number of people have said, "Oh, let's buy your property." I said, "Okay, fine. I want 120 grand, and that's like more than what most real estate agents would say it is, right?" I said, "Listen, this is how it works. I want 120 grand, but I don't want it all in one shot. You just give me a little earnest money and pay me this every month. I will hold the paper, and I'll only charge you 5% interest, which is like, 2.5 more better than any bank will give you. And I will stay here, not all the time, but I want this place, my little camper, for the next 4 to 6 years, right? And you give me, we start this off, you give me some earnest money, you pay me this much every month, and I won't be here all the time, but I want this to be a place I can come back to, that I know I'll be safe, right? You can do whatever frick you want here, and I have a really good lawyer. We'll make this contract, and we'll do that." So there's three guys who are like kicking around that. But one guy's, well, I'm cash poor. And I said, if you're cash poor, then you shouldn't buy this. You know, if you can't give me at least 20, 30 grand, I want 120, you give me at least 20, 30 as earnest money. Where they're saying, oh, well, I can give you 1,000 in cash. I said, fuck that shit. No.
Yeah, these people, they don't understand the earnest money,
Right.
holding the papers. Google can't tell them.
Right.
They don't know.
They don't know. So, and I said, and the contract's going to be, okay, you have to pay me this every month. Like, it'll probably be around $400 to $800 or $600 to $800, right? Every month. And that would be enough money for me to really go to do something different. And, but in the contract is, if you don't pay me, if you skip out on a payment 2 months in a row, you lose the property. I get it back. You get out of here. No matter what you've paid me or no matter what you've done to the place. You built this beautiful house and you lose 2 payments, you're gone. Because my lawyer used to be a Supreme Court judge in Tennessee. I mean, this guy, he's got some juice. And he loves guys, anybody who would fuck with that, he would love to just eat them alive because I'd let them then take their other houses for his, his court cost. So anyway, again, I don't need to go anywhere, even if every lot around me was full of tweakers and morons from California, it still wouldn't bother me. Because, man, if I can deal with John, I can deal with anybody.
Oh, yeah.
The other guys are just middleweight annoyances, I mean, they are annoying. Because I watch people do unbelievably stupid things because they think they're getting over, and it just fucks them up beyond belief. I don't have to get even or get over or do anything. Like this one guy, he like cleared out a part of my property so he could park his trailers there, right? And before he did that, I was thinking one day, I should clear that. I had cleared it out. I was going to build a house on it. And then I didn't. 20 years passed and trees grew up and he cleared it out. And I was thinking, if I was ever going to sell this place, it would be good if I cleared this out. So he cleared it out and has put his trailers there. And I said, moron, what? You didn't even ask me. He said, well, listen, I'll mow your lawn for you. I live out in the middle of the woods. I said, okay. Anyway, about 2 weeks later, it rained. And I said, this is a rainforest. You can't have this kind of equipment out here because when this place turns to mud, it's like Ukraine. You ever see all those things where the tanks are getting stuck in mud? Mm-hmm. So he put his big heavy trailers with his big heavy equipment on it, and it rained and rained and rained and rained. And then one day when he went over and looked at it, everything had sunk down into the mud where the trailer was under the mud and the equipment was like covered in mud up to the treads, and then it froze. And so when spring came around and he could finally get it pulled out, he lost about $70,000 worth of equipment. He had to get rid of all the trailers; they were gone, and the equipment that had the ones that had tires, it wasn't so bad, but the ones that had treads, he had to like redo all of that.
Yeah.
So it's like, So when he did that, and then when he put that shit there, and then when it started to rain before it got really cold, I said, well, okay, I shouldn't even get upset.
He'll learn.
Yes.
Well, I guess he did learn.
No, he didn't. Because he's done a few other moron things of that. Then he destroyed the road in getting that shit out. And again, I looked at it and said, well, the wheelbase of my car is only 4 feet. The wheelbase of his car is 8 feet. And he is, or his big trucks. And he has eaten away, 3 feet of the road. So that means his trucks won't be able to get out or in because until he rebuilds the road completely. And again, that was another thing. One day I'll have to work on this a little bit, but because my car only needed 3 feet to get in and out, it never really bothered me. So this guy does shit like that all the time. And at the end of the day, it works out quite nicely for me. So that's how I look at it. And it's an exercise in patience. If you're observant and you're patient and you are conscious about what's going on, you don't have to worry about shit. And I'm going to die soon, so it's irrelevant,
We're all gonna die someday.
Yeah, someday, exactly. When I say soon, it's a relative thing, I could live another 20 years, But
I'm not saying nothing here nor there.
Right. North or south of it. Yep, exactly.
I'm not speaking anything into existence.
Right, exactly. But like you said, we're all going to go. So, and that's, once you're born, the one thing you can depend on, you're going to die. And you read every theologic great writer, and, Buddha said, dying's nothing. It's like slipping out of a slipper.
Yeah.
And I've died so many times, and I've been conscious of it 4 times, but I realized that it's nothing to be fearful of, and it's not painful either.
Yeah. I had you and Martyr were talking about that.
Yeah. And so that's, and I have, and then when I was at Cornell, I was a, EMT, a surgical EMT for 2.5 years in a fire department. So, man, and we were like in a war zone. Our little volunteer firehouse was right where the stupid morons built 2 interstates. And instead of building a clover leaf, they just had the 2 highways do an X across each other. So large trucks would be running over motorcycle guys and people in little cars, right? And we would go to these most horrific accidents at least 3 times a week, if not 5. And we were real close to Cornell, like 10 miles. That craziness was 10 miles to Cornell. So we could get, and they had one of the best trauma centers in the world. They invented shit, right? And so if we could get them there within that 15 minutes to an hour, pretty much Cornell could save their life. Not every time, but pretty much. And on the other side, maybe you wouldn't want to be saved, how fucked up these people were. I mean, this one, I saw more than 3 times people, one was dead, but the other 2 that were impaled on the steering column.
Ain't Cornell up there where they have the suicide bridge?
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, of course. I worked at Cornell. I was a research guy there.
Right. So I'm wondering if, didn't the Indians
exactly
have all that?
Yep. It's
the interstate and Cornell and everything all built on sacred land.
Yep. And the Indians said, "Fine, you want to do this?" It was like me with the guy parking his trailers in the mud zone. You want to do that? Fine, good. I'll even tell you shouldn't do it because this gets muddy. Oh, it's a little mud. Okay, have a good day. And that's what the Indians said. And when I was there, and that was the most grind school you ever wanted. I mean, Cornell was more intense than like Harvard or MIT or any of those. This is where the really amazing kids went. And when they had finals and midterms, that's when they would get stressed out and then jump over the bridge. And so they had to put up barbed wire. It was like going to Stalag 13 when, that 2-week period, they had the security people with big floodlights going across the grass, seeing it. They had dogs that would run after the kids and take them down so they wouldn't kill themselves. I mean, it was surreal.
Yeah.
And I was hanging with the Iroquois and Grandfather David, the head. His son was the chief of the nation, but his father was the dude, right? and we were going to Syracuse because the Dutch had rented New York State. See, New York State is quite interesting. It has every other state in the Union has federal forests, national forests. New York State doesn't because the Dutch rented the whole state from the Iroquois Nation, right? And they used the legal term in perpetuity. And back in the day, that meant forever. And then in the 1880s or so, they decided to say 99 years. So when I was there in 91, the New York State was going to go back to the ownership of the Iroquois Nation, like 80%. Well, that was never going to happen. 80% of New York State going to go back to the Indians? No, not going to happen. So they had negotiations. And so one of my friends, David Yarrow, who was the chief of the Iroquois, who's the son of David Sr., he said, Al, can you drive my father to Syracuse like maybe 3 or 4 times a month for these negotiations? And, I'll pay you like $100 a trip, right? For gas and et cetera, right? And my dad will give you whatever he wants to give you. And I said, sure, Dave, not a problem. And so I did. And, I should have been paying them because his father, how I became such a great negotiator was because of him. I was watching what he was doing with the federal government and the state government. And he knew he was never going to get the state back. But there were a lot of things, like they wanted all of their sacred artifacts that were in a museum in New York City, the Museum of the American Indian in New York City. And there were a whole bunch of other things they wanted. That would have been difficult. But when you're saying, okay, legally, if we take this to the Supreme Court, we're going to get and own 80% of New York State. So, because if that doesn't happen, everyone in the world will know. Everyone knows that America sucks and is a lying piece of trash, but this will be the physical representation of it. And the optics aren't going to be good. So we went there and then, by the third time I brought Grandpa David there, this federal guy came to me and goes, listen, so you have his, you should, represent the white people. You have to, oh, that's nice. Yeah, uh-huh. He said, well, how about we give you $1,000 a month cash if you do that? I said, sure, no problem. So I let this moron and it took 6 months. I did it for 6 months. And that's really where I learned my negotiating skill. I was already a pretty good negotiator. I was already exposed to the legal world for working with Ralph Nader. I was already, I had done a lot of negotiating with a lot of different things, but not like the corporate kind of thing. I did it more in the social, political, artistic realm. But
Ralph Nader, did he run for president?
Yes, like 7 times.
I remember that name.
And he ran twice with Angela Davis. You would like Angela Davis. She was great. She was part of the Chicago 7, where they were trying to destroy the alternative movement in America. And she was great because she was this tall, beautiful African woman she was the woman who made the Afro really popular, right? She just looked amazing, looked like a halo. And she was a lawyer, and, people just thought she was some bitch Black woman, but she would talk like she was a lawyer. So, she got, them out of it. It was like, she's amazing. So I was really a really good friend of her. Then my first wife had a friend who was a photographer. What was his name? But anyway, Angela married my first wife's good friend. And so it was amazing because we were like black royalty. That's when I started telling black people, oh, Angela, like we go to these events, these political things, these cultural things. Oh, wow, you're tight with them. And she, what was her husband's name? I hate it when I forget that. But anyway, and I would tell black people and white people, well, I'm African American. I'm just melanin challenged. And the first time I said that in front of Angela Davis, we were at a cocktail party, and she took a spit take like you couldn't believe, right? So, and that's me. I meet these people, and they're not like, oh, some god. They're like, hey, let's hang out, So Ralph Nader, I work for NYPIRG, and I was working on the project of water. And that's when I realized America's biggest friggin' problem, forget anything else, is water. And what's really sad is that America has some of the best water on the planet, and we have defiled it just for chump change.
Yeah.
And Tennessee is one of the, had some of the best water, the TVA, and the TVA ruined it. And the corporations took it, because, that whole area from around Kingsport to you was the center of chemicals.
What is it?
Kodak is the big corporation.
Oak Ridge.
Yes.
Polluted.
Yep. And that's why Oak Ridge was put there, because this whole infrastructure, that whole area from Kingsport to you was like the Silicon Valley of the 19th century. All the high-tech industries, all of those guys, Sperry, Rand, all of those guys were from up there.
Wow.
And everyone thinks they're Okies and stupid. No, they had, like your father, DuPont, right? So that's what I'm talking about. And that's why they put Oak Ridge where it was, because all of that industry, and they needed that industry, especially the chemical industry, they needed for Oak Ridge. So
yeah.
And so yes, and so it's sad because and that's another reason. It is so polluted. Why I stayed where I am, it was like one of these last bastions, like a 40-mile square area that there was no one there. There was no industry. There never was. There never will be. And it wasn't until the rich people started building stupid houses there. But up until, it's still today, I have some of the best water on the planet. And that's one of the reasons I bought the place, because the well was already there, the water was already there, everything was already there, roads were already there. I just had to move some shit around and build something. And my deciding factor was I was 40 miles to the closest Walmarts, so I knew that no rich people would come in. There was no internet, no satellite, no nothing, right? So rich people can't live without that shit. And I took water and I took it to the guy who tests water. He said, "Man, this is the best water I've ever seen. You should bottle this shit and sell it." And that's why I bought that property. So for 18 years, I had this, nature preserved, unbelievable water, and now not so much. And that's probably why it won't be the money that some moron will give me. It's just that it's no longer that amazingly beautiful place anymore. And it's just going to get more soiled.
Yeah.
So.
More people are moving in.
Yeah.
It ruins it.
Yeah, exactly. And that was, like I said, that's what industry did to Tennessee. It was like unbelievable because,
No, they keep bringing shit in.
Yep.
They're opening warehouse after warehouse after warehouse.
Right. And that talks,
It's because
it's almost as bad as putting a chemical factory there, because you have these gigantic parking lots that diesel trucks stay on, dropping oil and fuel and shit, and then the water takes it into the water table.
Yep. It's crazy.
Yep.
And they just are killing.
Yep.
Killing them.
Yep. And so up around, there's a place called Irwin, Tennessee, right?
Uh-huh.
And what's really interesting, Asheville, North Carolina, Irwin, Tennessee, Kingsport, Johnson City, Elizabethton, Hampton, Elks Mills, these were all places where they had nuclear facilities building the atomic bomb, right?
Yeah.
And
They upped you to 40
right. And
because after Dansville, what is it?
right.
Is when it splits and goes in 40 splits and goes into North Carolina.
Right.
81 starts.
Right.
Takes you on into Johnson City.
Yeah. And so all of that, there were facilities, and they weren't gigantic things like Kingsport. They just built them to do X, Y, Z, right?
Mhm.
And they gave all of these municipalities and facilities lots of money. And also they had no EPA, but they basically said, for in perpetuity, forever, no matter how you soil this place, you won't get in trouble. So all of those towns I told you had these facilities, and there are places where you come across 100 acres of, 20 levels of 55-gallon drums full of highly radioactive material.
Mm-hmm.
There's this beautiful, I had a great piece of property in a place called Flag Pond. You ever hear Flag Pond, Tennessee? It's kind of near Irwin. And the facility in Irwin just kept, because it was just, holler folk who lived up there. They just went up there, bought an acre here, took a backhoe, dug a 40-foot deep hole by, 300 feet this way, that way, and put 4,000 55-gallon drums of super radioactive shit. And their drinking water would gurgle right through those sites. So everyone, when I bought that property, and I got it for nothing, it was on top of the mountain, had a view like you couldn't fucking believe in every direction. And, and I didn't live there. I just kind of got it and then fixed the road and then put a power into it and then put a septic line there. And there was a spring, and I tested the spring, and the guy said, well, it's okay, but there's nothing deadly about it, but it shouldn't be the way it is. And it was like almost energetically changed. It wasn't quite, all that nuclear crap wasn't gurgling through my little spring, but it was close enough to make the little spring go, ooh, right? So anyway, I just used that to flush my toilet, right? I didn't use it to drink. And I never stayed there for more than a week because I was always building this little shed and making the road this way or doing that and just enjoying it. Really not like, oh, I have to get this all done in the next 10 minutes like John does. I just did the stuff I needed to be comfortable. And I brought my bus up there and I lived in my bus. And I just puttered around like this. And I had a few of my students who would come up and I'd help. And one guy became excavator. Another guy became a plumber. The girl became an electrician. And so anyway, that's kind of how I roll. I find people who I say, well, this will be a good skill set for them. They'll do whatever the heck they want to do. But this will always be something they can do that they can make a pretty good living at while they want to do this other thing, right? So
I wish there were more people. Right now, that's in high demand,
right?
Because everybody depends on the internet and electricity and
well,
water.
all of that shit is going.
When it breaks,
yes. Well, they don't want you to fix it. They want you to buy a new thing. It's like I have a friend who is like the Albert Einstein of fixing, like laptops and Xboxes and cell phones, right?
Yeah, I think we're like one generation away from losing plumbers.
Well,
and
you know what they're going to do, and I've already seen this. I have this, this guy who wants to buy my property keeps, calling me up, and I ignore him. But every now and then, because it looks like a friend of mine in Colorado, right? And this guy is Mr. Robot, right? He he works for, he's a, he works for everyone designing and keeping up robots, right? And so he's like you in that he's in a cat's bird seat of, so he can tell me what AI is doing, you know what I mean? Where it's going to happen, right? And so he worked I met him at Brookings a long, long time ago. And so he worked for all of these companies that make this shit and design this shit and all that kind of shit. And so he's told me for years that they already got this. I mean, they already have robots that can do anything and that walk around on legs and have arms and fingers and do it. And the Japanese have robots that do all that look like human beings.
I've not visited. They're made in Japan, but you can get them here.
Well, they don't want to get them here.
There's a comedian that did a whole skit, a female comedian.
Yes.
And she had one made to look just like her.
Yes. And the biggest seller they have for these robots that look just like humans is sex bots. Really, like guys like Bill Gates who can't get it up anyway. He just has a robot doing it for him, right? So.
Yep.
So the technology is definitely there. So that's where the plumber is going to come from. I mean, it's not going to look like, a porno star. It's going to look like a plumber, but even more so. And so that's what they had. The other thing, have you ever heard of transhumanism?
Yeah.
That's where you become part of AI. They put a little chip in your head. And the chips are so small, you could be drinking in your sweet tea and not know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the ones they put in animals.
Yes, exactly. But anyway, but see the thing, and this is, again, my robot man. So the guy who wants to buy my property, he always, I can't see too well. So when it looks, I can see the area code, and it's the same area code. And when I pick it up, his voice sounds just like my friend. So, hey, robot, how you doing? He goes, I'm not robot. I'm Larry's father. I want to buy your property. Oh, okay, robot. I keep calling him robot man, and he it's like irritated because he's the guy who says, well, I'm cash poor. I said, well, what are you in rich? So anyway, that's what we are heading into. And the other thing we're heading into is that, we've had, 9/11, we have had COVID, we've had a zillion other shocks to our consciousness, and they are there to keep hitting us in the head with a 2x4, so we lose the realization that we are a spiritual being, right? And so when this next big catastrophe comes up and said, well, if you let us do this, if you become transhuman, then you don't have to worry about anything and you can do whatever you want. And did you ever see Spielberg's movie Player One? Where everyone's wearing their VR goggles and they're doing their job and they're doing this, but it's in a whole nother reality, right? And that's
they live in containers.
Yes, they live in shit. But the way the powers that be get over and have them accept living in shit is by having those goggles. So the world they see through the goggles and say, oh, wow, this is great. Right?
And it's distracting.
Right, it's distracting them. So, yeah, so it's, it's what it is. And, and that's what it is. But the interesting thing is why we're not in it now, because they've had this technology for over 40 years. They could have done this to us 40 years ago, but it hasn't.
They were just waiting. They were just waiting for the time, and I'm afraid that it's going. I think you were right. It's going to get bad.
Right, but the real. If you don't let fear take you over, it'll be okay. Because what they're being pushed against is that, yes, the universe is going to change really different, but it's going to change for the better.
Well, let I mean, it's just like all those people that protesting, like, for climate change.
Right.
Or, you know, there's a guy that I watch, and he did a speech at Oxford.
Yep.
It's a 9-minute speech. It talks about this generation, about how they're so great, they're so hurt, they're so this and that.
And John is a good example of that. You know,
Uh-huh.
I mean, he's the most. He's never had to suffer. He's never had to suffer like you have. You know, he's never had the life you've had to. But see, the life you had was actually a much better life because it was real.
Yeah.
And you had the essence of love, your grandma and your dad. You know?
Yeah.
And so, even though you had a hard thing and all the hardships you went through, they didn't kill you, they made you stronger.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you can just put you down and you just waller in your own self-pity, or you can stand up and move on.
right, move forward, not on, just forward.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do better, be your best. And that's what you do. And you do it organically. You know, it's not like you have to try or it's a great, you know, it's through what you've gone through, you have gotten to a place where you do your best. And
You know, it's funny because I have good posture because my grandmother made me have good posture.
right?
Stomach in, boobs out, butt out.
Yep, exactly. And when that does,
Straight,
that's why you're still alive, because it's done the right thing for your organs.
Right, and so I can't slouch. Even if I'm sitting in the chair, I'm
Right.
still sitting, you know, with good posture.
Right.
But I had noticed here lately that my back was hurting. I'm like, why is my lower back was killing me? And I realized that I was slouching.
Yes.
But I was slouching at the back.
Yeah.
So I still wasn't dropping my shoulders. I was just dropping my back.
Right.
And I had to course correct.
Yep. Well, you see me get up and move around every so often, then I do my katas, I do my exercises, and that's what that does. It forces my body to go to its most healthiest position.
Yeah, because like I told you before, if you stop, my grandma always said, if you stop, that's when you go.
Yes, exactly. And that's, you know, that 15 years when I stopped being my aesthetic self and, you know, was Mr. Businessman and Mr. Scholar Boy and then corporate kid, that's, you know, I gained 240 pounds.
Yeah, I've gained some weight here. Not that much.
Not that much. Not that much.
But no, I actually went into a customer site the other day. I've had a rough year start to the year. But anyway, I weighed myself and I was like, ooh, I don't like this. So, but anyway, I had to put on a little bit of weight. But for a while, I was being sick at my stomach a lot, and I stopped that.
Yep.
So, I think I'm at normal weight
You're
for
at
my
normal weight.
height and stuff. But
And all you have to do is, you know, people can't believe I lost 240 pounds. How did you do that? I mean, especially people who knew me as a big guy. And what's interesting, everyone who knew me as a big guy, a lot of people around here knew me as a big guy, a lot of people in Virginia and New York, but they never called me fat because the way how I carry myself, I don't look fat. I mean, I was like almost 460 pounds. That's, yes, I am 6 foot tall, but still I'm not like, I'd have to be 7'8" for it to really be appropriate.
it's I know what you're saying, and they're heavy set people who are confident,
Yeah.
and therefore you can't say that they're big or they're fat. You can't, because they carry their fatness.
They are themselves. And that's what's, everyone would say, someone would make a comment and they said, oh, that's just Al.
Right. So, yeah. I don't
So when I
know.
lost all that weight, people go, because I am literally a third of what I was, And so, and I did that because if I didn't do that, I'd be dead. Right.
Mhm.
So I said, okay. So how did I lose and that's what people say, how'd you do that? You know how I did it? I saw myself as, okay, I'm not going to be dead. And this is what I have to do to not be dead. And I'm going to, and it was no big deal. Instead of me going out to super duper, unbelievably ritzy corporate, having a 30,000 calorie dinner, I made my own food and I had small portions.
Yeah.
That was all it took, really. I mean, I did change.
I mean, there's certain things that you can cut out
Right.
and stuff.
Right. And that's what I did.
I know what you're saying, because prior to COVID, I was at 215,
Right.
and I'm 6 foot. I'm 6 foot. I was 6'1".
Right.
Now I'm just 6 foot and starting to shrink. But anyway, I was pre-diabetic,
Right.
but I'm not anymore.
Oh, that's good.
And because I've lost some weight, I got down to 167.
Oh, that's great.
But like I said, when I weighed the other day, it looked like I gained about, I don't know, 10 or 7 pounds.
Right.
7 to 10 pounds.
Right.
And
Well,
I
it's
was like,
winter time. You're not as active. It's
I'm
it's
going to be
winter.
active now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not active as much in the winter time.
That's what I'm saying.
But when it gets springtime or summer, yeah.
Yeah. And really, and I still lose. I'm down to 210. And I go to my doctor at least once a month just to get my blood pressure and this, that, not the full Monty. And they weigh me, and I lose about a pound or so every month or two. And, that's better than gaining a pound or two every month or two. So as long as you don't have to lose a lot of weight, just kind of keep it where it should be and lose a little bit here and there, and then it's all good. See, being an electrician for all those years and being heavy, man, my knees, every joint, I have serious arthritis, and it's extraordinarily painful. And but because I visualize myself not being in pain, I'm not in pain. And my endocrinologist, he can't understand how do you do that? Don't you want OxyContin? Don't you want some? Don't you want? I said, no. I already take a few of your drugs, and that's enough for me. And I don't even take them regularly. I just, when I feel like maybe I should, okay, I'll do this. So I do. And see, that little term, doctor, heal thyself. We're all supposed to be our doctors ourselves. We're our best doctor.
Yeah. We know ourselves better than the doctors.
Exactly. So, and they're just practicing. So what's it doing down in your neck of the woods? Is it snowing, icing, just raining?
No, actually, it got cooler.
Right.
I don't know what. It's sunny out today.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Let me see what's there. I haven't been outside, but it's chilly. I got a report saying it's chilly. I think it's in the 40s.
Yes.
But we're not. I think there was a little bit of snow this morning, but nothing that would stick, because We had the ice, last weekend?
How much ice did you have?
We got about an inch.
Oh, that's a good
It
deal.
lasted about 2 days. And then it got super cold. Then it got back up into the 70s.
Yeah.
Then it went from 70s back down to 30s. So, I don't know.
You know, the thing about, climate change and global warming, right? It has nothing, well, it has very little to do with what human beings are doing per se, right?
Yeah, no, I don't understand. I mean, our carbon footprint
Right,
is nothing. The Earth has its cycles.
right. And the other really interesting thing is what's going on Earth is going on in the rest of the solar system. There are moons around Jupiter, right? That when we sent the satellites out there to have a serious look at all those planets in the 70s, those moons were frozen solid, right? Now they are liquid balls. And they should still be frozen solid because Jupiter's that much further away from the sun, meaning those things should never melt, should never stop being, but they are, meaning our whole solar system is heating up.
Yeah.
And that's why the sun is having some really wild, crazy X-flares. And man, if one of those X-flares ever is looking straight down at the barrel of us, that's the end of our electricity.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's like we've been lucky. I mean, these things pop off like once a week, but so far they haven't been staring down the barrel at us, right? So sometimes it gets a little close and it takes out a few satellites here and there, depending on how far away they are, and does a few other little squirrely things. But unless you're looking at that shit like I do, you wouldn't even know. And you might, because you do depend on satellites a good deal, your biz.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do.
Yes.
God forbid a satellite go down or a cell phone tower.
Right.
God forbid.
Yep.
It will set the whole wheels in motion.
Yes, it would be disruptive, to say the least. But
Yeah.
that's something like that is. But did you know that, I don't know if you've ever noticed this. I mean, I look at this stuff, but a good portion of the internet towers are on top of transmission power lines. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, they put, yeah. I mean, we still have a lot of towers around here.
Right.
But then they put the 5Gs in, when they put up with all the 5Gs in, they put them on top of the power poles.
And so do you know why they did that? Because they're going to transmit electricity through 5G.
I think they could do it.
Oh, no, they can. Nikola Tesla did it in 1891. That technology came from him. And so anyway, why all the cars are going electric, it's like nuts to think that all of those cars are going to have batteries in them, right? They're just doing that now because not many people have an electric car, and they can do that just to get people used to having an electric car, right?
Yeah.
But when everyone has one, we will no longer have the electric system we have today. The electricity will be delivered through the air, right? And or your car it won't have a battery, it'll just ride around. And it won't be your car. Virtually everything, you will own nothing. You won't own a house, you won't own a car, you won't own any of that. And that's why all those fires in California are going off, because they're getting ready to tell people in California, you can't build your house there in that forest or this place or that place, and you'll have to live here. And don't worry about it. You won't own that house, but you can live in it, right? If you do this,
California's doing some crazy stuff.
Yes, because
out there. They're going to be their own damn country.
Well, they're doing it to be And California has been this since, the gold rush. It leads America into social and economic more dynamics. And so and they're going to lead America. And that's why they've got so many more homeless people than anybody else, because those people have been economically, I worked in that, trying to get people out of being homeless, right? And
Right.
and when there are a lot of people who work in those kind of things, and it's their job, right? I did it because I was studying it. Yes, I was getting paid to, but it wasn't my job, And so
Right.
I didn't follow the usual suspects' way of dealing with things, right? I tried everything I could. And one of the things was I used the Homestead Act of 1876, and I put homeless people in abandoned buildings that were owned by the state, so legally they could go in them. And then as an electrician, I put legal electricity, which is your platinum standard of residency. When the marshal shows up, you show them an electric bill, they can't kick you out. So that's how we have billions of abandoned facilities that we could put people who don't have a home in. California has a ton of it. And the last time I was in California, when homeless were starting to pop up in the 70s, it was no longer just hobos. I was talking to somebody, if you do this, we could get rid of this home. Oh, we couldn't do that. Then we wouldn't have our, then we wouldn't have goodwill. Then we wouldn't have, that's a whole industry in itself. We can't just get rid of that, So that is the whole picture of all of this. No one does anything in our country that really makes sense.
Nobody is.
No.
Because they want them to do the whole one world order.
Yes, exactly. And that's not going to work. See, that's, you don't have, they're going to go for that, and it's going to be uncomfortable, not for the people who fight, people who go, my guns, Jesus Christ, God and Jesus. No, when you are just unconditionally loving, you'll move forward. You'll move into the world that is actually there. It's just no one is, except for a few.
Well, we can move forward, but I still got my 40 in my pocket.
Well, that's a whole different story. But you know what I mean. If you think your gun is going to make, other than a specific moment, a real difference. If you think if everyone, it's like, I would trust you with a gun, but not the other 89% of the American public.
The way that they're trying to do stuff now, I was watching a video or something, but like, I think it was in California. Somebody came in with a rubber gun or a pencil, and then a guy stood up. No, it wasn't California, it was Pennsylvania. And then he shot and killed him. Oh boy, being charged with murder. It's so they're the guy where the criminals make the money or good. You know what I'm saying?
Not good. No, it's just because the criminals who you would think are the street thugs, right?
Right.
They're the lowest. They're the lowest life element of the criminals. But when the biggest, the guys who are killing more people than anybody are guys like the politicians.
Yeah.
So, you just have to put things into context to understand that. If you take things out of context, that's when you can be led astray with things. Oh, this is bad. This is good. You have to put it into the bigger picture and realize what the fuck is going on.
Yeah,
Honey
well,
Bun,
I don't understand why they're giving the criminals more rights than the law.
Come on, because they're doing that on purpose, because they are trying, we have a constitutional government, and it says this, and this. And by tweaking this, and this way, they can get rid of the constitutional government, right? That's why they're doing this. They're doing it on purpose to have this reset of feudalism, So that's what it is. But I'm just about to run out of juice here, and I want to get off the phone and off the show, so I won't lose it. So it's great talking to you. I'll talk to you again. You enjoy the rest of the. Is today Saturday or Sunday? I've lost track. Sunday, right?
Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday. Okay.
Yeah, because I got up this morning thinking was late for work.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was Sunday yesterday,
Right.
and I got up this morning and I was like, oh man, and then it said Sunday, and I was like, oh, so I'm actually. Anyway. All right, I'll holler at you later.
Okay, honey bun. Love you. Bye. Okay, gang. So that's the end of the show. I hope you enjoyed it. We've talked to many folks. I'll be back later once I charge up everything. I will come back and we'll do another show a little later. Like what time is it now? It's like 4 hours, almost a 5-hour show.
1 p.m.
Oh, thank you. It's always listening. Boo, boo. Oh, come on, turn off. 3:41 p.m. Okay, gang. Love you guys. Talk to you later. What have people been saying? Where's my glasses? I'm a butterfly. Okay, butterfly. I love you guys. Blossom, thanks for being on the show. Come back some more. Who else was here? Blossom. Solaronics Tones. Thank you for being here. Esoteric Alchemist. Good to see you, bud. Thank you for being here. Janie, thanks for being here. Pamela. Okay, gang. I'll see you later. Love you. And it's 3:40, maybe 7, 8 o'clock I'll do another show. Okay, come on back. And hit that like button. Tell your friends, subscribe, make some comments. And if you want to throw anything to PayPal, that'd be great. And that's the Dude Awake 42. You want to give me a jingle on email, the dudeawake42 @gmail. Okay? Love you guys.